Howdy. Yeah, not quite ready, but the time clock is ticking. Let me reverse the camera and show you what I'm dealing with in here. Okay, so this is my kitchen. My computer station in bed. Uh, Stuff storage. Clothing. Junk drawer, more clothing, and my cleaning supplies and water. I usually have a bucket here where I can use this like a sink. So the plan today, let me switch the camera back, was to make banana bread, which requires me to go up to the other house to do. And I think I may do that, but it's not quite ready. Um, I think I'm going to sort through items here, and yes, I am going outside of my camper, but I have to have the camera on me and not the land. So, yeah, I gotta go in here for a second. Let me put a little note up. I forget how to do these things. Way to do it either. All right, I need to. Oy vey. I need to use the restroom. I'm trying to remember where I have the little pop-up thing. Oh, here we go. There we go. I'll be back. Enjoy the view. Okie dokie, I am back. Let me get that back down. There we go. Yeah, helmet, can't see. So I need to go to the house to make the banana bread, which means I'll have to mute the camera. But I thought I'd give you a little bit of my background. And I've been thinking about stuff a lot this morning. So I need to grab stuff. Make this banana bread at the other house. I think I can do the inside of the house as long as no one else is in it. If not, I'd have to cut that part out. Anyway, it doesn't tell me if somebody's really here or not. I think I am going to be sorting through and talking about being a nomad, so that will be my theme today. Excuse my my back end. Take the coffee I have now. The rest of my charger's in the camper. Let me go grab it a second again. All right. I have my charger, my glasses, my banana stuff's already up at the house. I hope there's a, I didn't unplug that light. Hope there's a loaf pan up there. Otherwise, you know what? I'm just going to take my little round pan that I can actually use for banana bread making also. I can show the sky. I think I'm good showing the sky. And I just forgot my coffee again. All right. I am so not together today. But I decided to give it a shot. Kind of focus on nomadic stuff today. And as soon as I can get all my stuff gathered here, I can go over and start the banana bread. And there we go. Got readers, charger, phone, stand, glasses. Well, glasses are readers. And all the banana stuff's up there. Except for, oh no, there's honey up there too. All right. We shall head up there. Sorry if the sky's bright, but gotta keep it away from showing stuff. My coffee. I forget stuff everywhere. Just how it rolls. I think I still had stuff I accidentally left in Eric's vehicle. But anyway, all right, we're heading over. Hopefully no one's outside. I forgot the keys. Yep. The house has been unlocked, but last night they thought someone was in it. So we've had to keep it locked. Went over with my weapons. No one was there. Thank goodness I didn't feel like having that kind of party. We're gonna do, once I get the banana bread baking, then we'll go back to the house, to my camper, and I'll just start sorting and going through my stuff. I've got to clean it. I do it twice a year, just go through, try to minimize what little I have. Right now my clothes aren't fitting into the container, so apparently I've picked up more pants than I wanted to pick up. Saved too many of the stained one for jammies. So I'm going to go through and minimize again. And the keys. All right, there we go. I'm not going to tour the whole house. Not a good idea. But I can sit you on the counter and make some banana bread. And I see I have a mixing bowl. I had beans in yesterday to work. I won't be able to go back and forth and show everything. How much power do I have? Well, I've got to charge in a little bit. Let's see how far I can get. Okay. So there were like 4 bananas. Sitting on the table, getting very, very, very brown. And that is definitely, you know what I didn't do? I didn't check to make sure that they weren't intentionally left there for someone else. I was told to eat the leftovers up in here. But you know what? She has her own place. Never mind. I really can't think. Nope, they were left here. She has her own place of ripen bananas, make banana bread. She would not have left it here. Someone that just stays in the sojourner house right now because they're building her a house. 100% sure. She would have taken her place. Now somebody harvested the tomatoes out of the garden. They're sitting on the table, rotting away. He's supposed to be back tonight. I don't know what he plans on doing with all that, but alright, let me pull up my recipe, which might freeze the video. I don't know if you can hear when the video's frozen, but I make banana bread without sugar. Can't have the white sugar. And we'll have to cut the recipe down. I normally use applesauce instead of oil. It makes them much, it's moist and more flavorful, I think. But I don't think there's applesauce here, so we won't be doing that. I almost want to just go ahead and go with the sugar version. The bad experience I had with the last batch, but I have to remember I tried an Instant Pot and kind of steamed it. Steamed banana bread made without sugar is very not so good, gummy-ish. When you make banana bread with honey instead of sugar, it doesn't have such. It has a little bit of a I can't think of the word for it. Kind of a chewier texture. Alright, we mashed banana. I'm just going to use the supplies here. I can replenish them with my supplies. I just didn't want to drag them all up right now. I'm just going to use the stuff here. Alright, this banana is mashed. And I'm going to peek at the next thing. It's the oiler. I'm going to see if there's applesauce. And might be an applesauce. Kind of resembles it. I can't get it open. Well, whatever it is, there's no jars of applesauce. We have to use oil. And we have olive oil. Probably all we have. It's all most of these people use up here. Don't have coconut. Nope. Where's his olive oil? We're doing olive oil, I guess. Alrighty. I don't know if we have measures up here. This is definitely not the normal place I bake at. So it's going to be kind of hunting for things. Sorry about the picture. I didn't bring my speaker. Okay. Boy. Not that. Now, measure. Liquid measure, but do. 2/3 using 3/4 of the recipe. How the heck? Oh, a little over half. Wait, yeah. Hey, Uwe. I'm making banana bread at the house today. Let's see. Oh, you're coming on live. Yay! How are you?
Hi, Vandy.
I'll
Yeah,
go
I'm hanging
too all
in.
of a sudden. Let me
So
figure out why I don't have sound.
I was just curious that you are not in the camper. I think when I saw the kitchen, I
I
thought,
changed
nope.
these settings for when I'm streaming off the laptop. Here we go. Now I can hear you.
I was just curious when I saw the stream. I thought, no, she's not in the camper.
No, I'm in the house next door. One of the houses. I'm making banana bread, and I didn't want to do it in the Instapot again, so I figured I'd come over here and do it. And he's not here, so I can actually stream. You don't want to be on camera, so I couldn't stream if he was here. There, got the oil in. I'm making the banana bread up here. When I bake it, I'll go down to my camper and start sorting things.
I
Down
hate
here to my
bananas. I can't eat bananas. I hate them.
oh yeah, I wouldn't eat anything I hate either. I got the wrong thing up.
I
There
never
we go.
liked them. Even when I was a kid, I never liked bananas.
Oh my God, they're my favorite food. My kids never had bananas when they were young because I'd open the baby food, get one big whiff of it, and I'd be down in their little banana. This is going to be an adventure finding things. Oh, here, take it. I don't normally cook up here. Not sure how much I needed. So I'm not ready this morning because I'm thinking about the changes I have to make in my life, and I'm not so happy about them.
What's going
All
on?
my life, well, I dreamed about being a nomad all my life, and I tried living normal lives like other people, and I was just miserable, and I always hated life, always hated it. I mean, I had times where there was some fun things and joy, but I was just really angry that I had to exist. And then I became a nomad, and I liked life, and I actually started loving it. And now financially, I have to give that up, and I am not a happy camper.
That's bad.
Yeah, so it's because of the way finances are. It's just I can't put fuel in the tank. It's taking me everything I have to go back to Mesa to get the rest of my stuff. And I have to stay there a couple months just to be able to come back even because of fuel. And it's supposed to get worse, so I don't even know what's really going to happen there. So I'm having a bad day and trying to push forward anyway.
Oh, that's bad.
So it is. It's hard to think about because I tried to make it anyway, work any way I could, living that kind of life, the normal life, and I just was never happy. So to face having to go back to it's really not making me happy. So I'm making banana bread, and then I'm gonna sort my crap.
Yeah.
I guess lots of people are having to make choices they don't want to make.
Yeah, but if a dream goes down, that's really bad.
Oh, so I tried. I tried really hard to maintain a house and live the way other people did. I'm getting warm. And I just couldn't find anything that made me happy until this. And now it's like, how do I go back to what I needed just to survive? Can't get the honey open. I'm gonna have to go down and get my own honey. I'll take you for a walk. You got to look at the sky because I can't show the Can't show the facilities. Luckily, going this way, it's not so bright. Oh,
So you are still in Texas there?
yeah, I won't be able to get out of here until after the 1st of November. I started sanding my camper, found out I need to reseal between the siding planks is what I used to build the front and back. I have to reseal it. Didn't realize it would be bad. And now it's partly sanded with no protection on it. I can't add oil because then to paint over it, it won't stick very well. So I'm kind of stuck here until I get that project finished. And of course, I don't have the funds to do it right this minute. Honey's in the camper. I don't know what I'm doing. And so I decided I'm just going to paint the wood on it because here's the outside. And you can see how it's chipping up and stuff. And the sealant looks pretty good on this side. Well, not on the other, but on the back side, it's really bad. And I don't want to reseal it and do all this process every year. I think it'd be easier just to put in white caulking and paint it. And then when I go every 6 months or so, just throw on a fresh coat of paint on to keep it from ruining my seals and stuff. Sorry, that's really bright. I know my hair's glowing. No.
Yeah, you got a clear sky anyway.
Yeah, it rained for about 5 minutes last night. It's supposed to be more rain, but they're changing the weather hourly, so they don't really know. They don't have a clue.
No, they don't know anything.
Well, those clouds come up really fast, though, too, so they
So
don't know. Yeah,
how is Annie doing? I haven't seen Annie for at least 2 weeks, I think.
they're doing construction at her place, and she's having a hard time sleeping, so she hasn't been around to a lot of places and things.
Ah.
So yeah, I know. I kind of miss having her around. Whoa. I'm kind of glad no one's here to see me crash their kitchen either. Kind of a slob when it comes to stuff, which is another reason I like my tiny camper instead of a house. Much easier to keep it clean because there's less to clean. This tiny thing, I only just have no more. Oh, honey is a mess. So I've got to weed out my clothing. I've got way too much clothing, mostly because I saved the stained and ripped up things for pajamas. When you're a nomad, you really don't wear real pajamas to go to the bathroom. So I just wear the stained and ripped up stuff to sleep in. And I saved too much of it. Was the problem. Plus, I have lots of wires and gadget things, and then I have new objects somebody gave me. I've been using these storage, like clear plastic storage containers for my clothes. I've seen these things I really want to get, but I might get them out of Quartzsite. They're fairly cheap, and they'd be much prettier storage. You know, as women, we've got a nest.
Yeah.
Just having boxes. It's really hard with the boxes because I have to be able to see the stuff inside. And I did put some of the drawings that some kids made for me on the front of them, but they got ripped up. So, all right, now what's next? Eggs and then flour. All right. So what have you been up to?
Oh, nothing much. just went to the store, and
I went,
the day's almost over here anyway. It's 6:30.
wow,
So
the last time I went to a store, I had my eye doctor appointment on Monday, and I got to go to the store last Monday. Wow, this is loud. I got to go to the store for the first time in 3 weeks. And I don't expect I'll be able to go to the store again until I pull out of here on my way to Mesa. And then I have some friends who want to come here to visit, and I'm like, I'll be gone. You'll have to visit everybody else. They're asking me why I didn't want to stay, and I'm like, it's a long story. Plus, I have stuff in Mesa I've got to get out of storage, even if I did come back here. I don't do well without a lot of people around. Oh, and there's no trash bag yet. All right. So I feel like I'm a big city girl. Kind of lost out here. And then they're talking about everybody has their part in the community, and I'm like, I'm an artist. What kind of part can I have in the farming community? Plus, none of my stuff hasn't been selling. I guess I don't know. I'm too negative to talk about it. Right, now I need flour. He has regular flour. I don't want to walk back down.
what is that facility where you are anyway? Is it a campground or what is it?
It's a community. It's a farming community of people who are tour observant. And that's basically the best way to describe it. And no, it's not a cult because I can actually leave if I want to. You know, being able to financially it might be a different story, but I just found the coconut oil, darn it. Oh well. There's no flour. I don't see any dry mess. I'm gonna make that. There's a wet measure cup. Oh, well, that's usually about a cup. But it is, I thought it was an 11-hour walk to town. The other app had it wrong. It's only a 5-hour out to town, walk to town. So it's actually doable. I could walk to town, get something, and walk back in one day. It's an 11-hour round trip, maybe.
11 hours. Holy crap.
Yeah, but when shit hits the fan, places like this are going to be more safe. It's just I'm not ready to shut myself in and only have one or two people to talk to every day, or even it's been 3 days. No, I did go talk to Anita last night because her one rooster escaped out of the pen and went into the other one, and they were having a rooster fight. And I thought a coyote was over there, so I went over and I got to have a 5-minute discussion about her rooster. But that's it for all that time outside of the stream I did. I really haven't had anybody here to talk to. And I'm somebody who usually visits with somebody, at least one person a day. So this is really, I don't know, but that's the way the world's going too. So sometimes you just gotta accept crap and deal with it. I'm wanting to mourn what I haven't lost yet, I guess. I've only partially lost it because I am going off the court site. My friend's like, what if you get stuck there? And I'm like, oh, gee, darn. I guess I'll be stuck there then.
Yeah.
But I guess Branson's coming up, and I'm a little frustrated that I couldn't go. And then I like send them a message. I don't think I belong in this farming community. Oh, sure. You have stuff to contribute. You can do our farming for us while we go travel. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, that just really brings me joy. Not. I don't know. I do sound like a negative Nelly today, don't I? I was going to cancel, and I'm like, no, I've got to do something, because if I just sit here and lay here, it's going to get worse. So I decided to at least give it a try today. I think there's a really long loaf pan here. I think I'm going to use that instead of trying to do 2 loaves. It's going to need clean. Woo. I don't know what kind of bug that is. Yeah, that's going to need clean. So I went and put a 25% discount on my Etsy shop today because I'm hoping to sell some things so I don't have to
Have,
transport them all the way back.
have you sold any pictures lately?
No, just that one, which makes me a little more, it makes me wonder if I'm even doing the right thing, but it's what I love to do. So I don't know. The cost of
Yeah,
shipping itself, you
I
know,
think I think
that
it's
one,
always hard in
well, it's even
the
hard.
art business.
I'm on disability, and they take, if I earn money, they take about 50% of it out of my check. So the $300 painting cost me 50 to ship and 150 cut in income. So I really got $100 out of the whole deal, which isn't not, if you calculate hours and minimum wage, that's why artists are starving artists. We don't make our fair share of pay out of a piece of art. People don't want to pay a whole bunch for a little decoration they're putting on their walls. So it's a really hard, it's a tough field to be in.
Yeah, I think the art business is already strong
Yep.
enough. But if you have to give 50% off because of the government, then it's even worse, you know.
Yeah. So it's almost not worth doing anything, but I am $100 ahead if you think about it that way. But yeah, to sell them lower would really end up cost. Yeah, it's just, it would almost not be worth doing it at all. But then what would I do? I
Yeah,
physically can't farm, which is what they want me to do. And yeah, I don't know. I need to use coconut oil to grease that pan. So it is a farm, I guess. I originally came here as a stopover place for my trip to Branson, but then Social Security sent me a letter that I just recently lost 10% of my income for 4 years. When I got my inheritance check, I told them I needed to get a vehicle, and they said, okay, that won't count because we don't count your one vehicle and your home as resources. So I went ahead and got it along with Biden and Trump money. And 2 years later, they send me a letter that they're counting it as income. And they took 10% of my check for 4 years to pay it back. And then we get a 8% raise on Social Security. So I'm still not even back to what I had before. And prices have doubled. The food I paid $40 for last year, I paid $75 for my last trip.
yeah,
So
that's
it's
even.
it's expected to go way higher. So
That
it
happens
makes,
everywhere.
yeah, it
It's
is.
it's insane.
And I don't even know. So I have to go back to living a life I hate, and I don't really want to do that. I think I'm going to really enjoy my trip to Quartzsite this year. I hope, because it might be my last one.
You need a sponsor or something.
A what?
A sponsor.
Oh, the gas prices and small cars. And that doesn't pull my house around. Those little itty bitty things won't pull my camper. If I had kept my old camper, which was made out of coroplast, and the camper itself was only 35 pounds empty, then I could have pulled that with a small car. But no, I decided to get bigger, build one with cedar and metal, and it just weighs too much to pull with a tiny little car. My old one I could have pulled with a little electric scooter if I wanted to. This one I cannot. So kind
You
of
need
regret.
somebody. You need somebody who can push you on selling the pictures. That's what you need.
Yeah. Well, it would be nice if I had another nomadic friend who had a truck or camper that could just pull me along and camp together. I don't know. I wish my brother was nomadic. That would rock. But going out and getting a relationship just because I want to travel as a nomad is probably a dumb idea too. You get relationships because you want to be with somebody, not because you want to travel. The times I got married was because I couldn't take care of myself, and I thought that was the way to do it. And then I couldn't take care of the kids, and I thought that would be the way to do it. It's all dumb reasons. I've never really wanted to be in a relationship just to be in a relationship before. So I don't even know. So using people like that's not a good idea anyway. So I don't know. Don't know what's happening. Where's the other thing? Button. Uh-oh. All right. See what okay. I don't know how to fix the temperature. Oh, there we go. There we go. I did it. Now it's got to preheat. Okay. Somehow that was all in the board where I didn't see it. So yeah, if I had the van, I could have just lived in the van, but that fell through. I waited 6 months for this guy, the mechanic, to fix it. And then he found there was sugar in the gas tank, and all the work he had been doing and driving it around, he got the sugar all through the motor, and the whole thing was destroyed. And so I ended up getting a truck, which
But
barely holds anything.
who took the sugar in the tank for Christ's sake?
I didn't hear that.
Who made the sugar in the tank?
Yeah, we don't know. He lives in a rough area.
That's fucking evil, though.
Yeah, it is. He thinks it was one of it. It was a he was selling vehicles for a air conditioning company, and he thinks it was one of the guys who used to do the mechanic work there that was angry about not being able to sell the trucks himself. So he thought that might have been who did it, but we don't know. Guess I'll come back while I'm waiting for that to preheat. But if I wanted to stay in Mesa, which is a big city, lots of people around, I could stay in my mechanic. I keep calling him my mechanic. He was my mechanic. He takes too long to fix things, but he's still a friend, and I can park in his scrap yard in the back and live back there if I needed to. I got quite a few places I could go, just a matter of where I want to be. But thinking of being permanently settled anywhere is just depressing to me. Okay, I'm guessing that's the current temperature of the oven because it said 1 and I thought that was bake time, but now it says 1:15. That can't be bake time. It's got to be the temperature of the oven. So I guess when people have work lives and they get disabled, they go through the same stuff. It's really, I don't know, but I'm just a whiny baby, I guess.
I mean, at least you have a place where you can stay. So
Yeah, I have a lot of places to stay. I have one in Wilhoit I can stay, in Mesa, um, down in the Tucson area. I have at least 3 other places I can stay besides here. The Tucson area one I'm not so sure about wanting to be down that way. But Wilhoit's okay. I mean, you see people every day there. It's a farming community, but where I have to stay, and I can go stay there anytime I want, I don't even have to tell her I'm coming, is she just wants the company. She loves to have people around. Her son died last year while I was out there. That was so uncomfortable. He used to live there. But something told me not to go there this year, and I don't really understand why, but when I have this inner voice telling me something, I listen to it. But that's a place, and she just loves to have company, and it's just across the street is the church, which is where everybody gathers and gets their food during the week and all that stuff. So it's right, easy walk, get people, and there's someone there 6 days a week. The store is like she lives right behind the store, so the store is like right there also. I did help with the food bank, and I like to help out at the church and do some things there too, just to keep busy. It's not my faith, but it's still a place to hang out and do things. So I enjoy that place. Um, Mesa, Arizona, I've got a lot of friends there. But when stuff hits the fan, how much do you really want to be in a big city? I don't know. There's no farming around, it's all stores. So if there's shortages, you're not going to have it at all. Just not going to be there. And the situation in Tucson, I have not gone down to check out at all. I don't even know what's there, but I can go there. There's also New Mexico, which I haven't been to that place either yet. I have offers to stay places for free that I don't even know yet. I just know the people. I guess I don't have to use my own pan. That's good. Well, I did think if I came back out here, I would do some type of a greenhouse and do potted herbs, medicinal herbs, and that would have been my niche. But somehow it got translated in their heads that Wendy can farm and give her a shovel. And it's like, no, Wendy can't farm. Wendy's not going to be digging into the ground. I went to the eye doctor Monday and you put your chin on that rest so they can check your eyes. Wow, my camera froze up. And my neck went out. I couldn't even turn over the other night without screaming. It was intense.
Uh,
I wonder when the cameras froze up. It's kind of strange. There. Okay. That was weird. So I can actually, yesterday I was able to start turning it a little bit. Today I can turn it most of the way. I get like here and I got to stop. But that's just from the eye exam. I had my chin sitting there and I guess I rolled my head the wrong way or something. I guess they see somebody who likes to walk and run around and think, oh, an able body. But I like to walk and move around. If I were to do farming work, I'd have one day of doing that and then I'd have to lay down for 6. That doesn't even register as a life to me.
yeah,
I spent 3 years in bed doing nothing but getting up for food and basic necessities and heading back to the bed for 3 years. Don't want to go back to that. 20, it's almost there. So I'm kind of racking my brain on how to make anything work at this point. But I'm going to continue on as planning my trip as if nothing's going on. Go down to Quartzsite, spend my few months there so I have enough fuel to get to wherever I need to go next. The thing is, if I did settle out here, I would be able to get on a Greyhound and go visit somebody about 5, 6 times a year. If I were to do some of the other options, I don't have that same thing. I'd have to contribute somehow. Shouldn't take much longer. I don't set the clock. I'm gonna have to set it on my phone. The clock. Timer. Go. All right. Okay. Back in. Now I'm just gonna take stuff back down to the camper. Get ready to sort. Keys. I had stuff in the pockets before. That's how I did it. Hold on. Stuff's gotta go in the pockets, whether I'm wearing the coat or not. It is actually getting very warm out there. That cold freeze didn't last very long. 3 days.
yeah. Parts in Canada got snow on the weekend.
Yuck. I hate snow. That's another problem with picking where I go. Gotta try to avoid snow. Will Hoyt get snow also. There we go.
Yeah, to stay safely snow free, you need an area like Phoenix or whatever.
Yeah, Quartzsite. That's why I go to Quartzsite. And I got keys. Yep. That's why I go to Quartzsite in the winter to avoid the snow. It'll still get down to freezing for maybe a week or so, and then it'll go back up. But I've never seen snow out there. I did when my first year being a nomad. I was out at Superstition Springs Mountain, which is right outside the Phoenix Valley, and we got snow. It was pretty dang cold that winter, and I didn't even have a camper yet when I first left. It was December 2017. I had a 4-room tent, and then I did a pup tent in the middle. But that's what I had when I started, and I was happy. I didn't even have a vehicle. I had to pay people to drive me around. All right. Now we are in. I don't know if you've seen the inside of the camper before.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Drop my shoes off outside. And I hang my keys up. All right. So here's my kitchen area. Got a little. Let me reverse that way I can see what I'm showing. Reverse the camera. There we go.
Okay.
So I kind of store my coat and the window covering in this little rolling shelf, my coffee stuff on top. Normally that has more food on it, but I have food in the other camper. Then I have storage behind the microwave under the shelf and stuff I needed more access to. I just recently got this microwave. I can't run it on my current inverter. I need to get a different inverter. But it only uses 700 watts, which is the same as the coffee maker. So
Yeah, but if you go on the limit from the inverters, that's not good. You need at least
right, I know. Well,
a
and
little
I
bit.
have a modified and I need a full sign. So I have my electronics drawers in here, some more kitchen stuff, a dirty bowl. Woohoo! My lighting is a rope light, which I want to put up against this beam I left here, but I haven't done it yet. This is my silverware kitchen drawer, my little fishing box, which I haven't gone fishing in forever. And then I have like all my health stuff. And we get to
But
my
to be
desk.
honest, a decent 15 or 1800-watt inverter is not that expensive.
Right. It is
But
for me though.
you need a good battery that the battery can stand it. You know.
Yeah. Oh no, I have good batteries. I have almost 400 amp hours. This is
Okay.
I painted the Reflectix and I
Is
put
it
another
is
12.
it gel batteries
No,
or
sadly it's
AGM?
sealed. They're lead acid. They're not even sealed lead acid. That's what I could afford. So here's the
Oh,
cedar.
okay.
You can see the cedar from the inside,
Yeah,
and you can't outside. It just looks like pine because it's all faded out.
yeah.
So that's why I'm gonna paint it. So I sleep long ways back here, and then I got my little shelf of other things, my two clothing boxes, and on top is you get one day wear. You put it up there. Put my coat up there. I also have my paper supplies and raincoat. Then I have my junk drawer and another clothing drawer and cleaning supplies up under here. And I have my water up here. And I normally have a bucket, but I have running water.
Okay.
My electricity comes through a hole in the floor behind this rolling cart. And so that's my house. And I'm pretty happy with it. I don't like all the maintenance. The house I had before was about half this size. It was 3.5 by 7.5. This one's 6 by 8. They're the same height, but that's it. All right. I need to reverse this again. So I like living on the floor. I'm able to walk. When I first started, I was having troubles walking around, but as I started sleeping on the harder surface, it made it a lot easier to walk around places. So now when I go places, I don't use the beds. I fall out of them actually because I'm so used to the curling up to the wall. The wall doesn't move, it doesn't snore, it doesn't breathe. It's good. I like the wall.
How you fix all the boxes that they don't spin around when you drive? How can you lock
Yeah,
them
yeah.
anywhere?
I have a sheet of plywood I put across the bed area, and I put a lot of heavier stuff back there and distribute my weight a little better. and it has uh 1x2s that strap into, you can see this brace. So the 1x2s go from that to the other board and hold the stuff on the sides in.
Ah, okay.
Or I could take the time and spread everything out evenly across the floor. But that's so much work that I like the other concept, because if I'm traveling down the road, then I can actually put the bed in the center and leave all the stuff packed around the sides. And if I need to stop at a truck stop, I don't have to sleep in the truck cab. I can climb back into the camper and sleep. So that's why I kept that option like that. I built that during the convoy, actually. We were driving every day, and I'm like, I can't sleep in my camper. It's too much work to put it all up to the sides and then lay it all flat again before we take off the next day. So I built that, and I really like having that option. So, but what I have to do in here, I don't have to open the windows and get stuffy, is go through my clothing, because I have way too much clothing right now. Got to open the windows. It's kind of hard to keep the camera on me because it's much of adjustment. The walls tend to sweat, so I take my screens and I put them against the wall, and then I'll put something against it so that air circulates behind it, and I don't get like wet pillows and wet blankets from touching the
Yeah,
walls.
yeah. You need the circulation in there. Yeah,
So that's why my screens are back here in this area for the circulation. My first camper did not have windows like this. I do like having windows. And these are deer blind windows I found at the hardware store. And these screens fit perfectly in them. There we go. Now I don't beat my head on it. The other one. This this drive, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, this vamp red bag. I would get one in quartzite. It would last the whole season, and it would get about half full. I've had this one up for about a week and a half, and it is almost full. It is really humid here. I think I'm gonna have to invest, if I come back out here, in a normal dehumidifier for here. It's just way too humid to work a little vamp red bag. There we go. The windows have to open inside, because that's how they latch shut. If I put them on the outside, someone else could open my windows for me, and I didn't like that. So
yeah,
I actually took the door one and put the window so it faced the lock. So if somebody were to try to break in, they would have to first get through this glass to reach the lock, because
yeah,
trying to reach
yeah,
around to get to it's crazy. So that's why I did that. It's kind of in my way when I go in and out, but it's a good safety feature. So I have silly things like this. I got this for a wedding. I had to go to a wedding, and I don't have dresses or anything, so I had to get something decorative. So now I have this thing, which I do use over the back window for a curtain when I want privacy and I need the window open. But yeah, I bought a bunch of stuff. There's a shirt. I like really long shirts to cover my behind. Oh, and somebody tried to thin it for me, and her sewing machine wasn't working well. I think this is the one. Yeah. No, it's not. It hasn't been made into it yet. Has it? I can't even tell. It wasn't working right. But see you when the smoke clears. It has a nuke bomb thing on it. I don't even know where I got that. Back these up. Right now I have one regular that. Then I have these things which I've been using in the summertime at my friend's house, but I don't use them in my camper. So it's like, is it worth hanging on to? Well, her house gets pretty warm and I don't have a robe. Okay, that is definitely destroyed. This was a battery pack. That's a goner. It was a solar one.
Yeah,
But
I have one of
dead.
those too.
Yeah, that's dead. Then I got this other shirt for some kind of thing I had to dress up for. I don't know if I want to keep that. I'll make a don't do pile. This is my bin of notebooks and stuff, paperwork. Half of it's still inside the house. I did find my incense. Oh, I love patchouli. The only mirror I own, so I don't have to look at my whole face at one time. I hate looking at my face. What is this? Yep. That. I have a doorbell system somewhere. I keep saving this to figure out the settings, but I've never used the doorbell, and I've had it for 2 years, so I think it's time to get rid of that. You don't have something and you don't use it, why hang on to it?
Yeah,
Like,
that's right.
how you treat others shows what like you really believe about God. Okay, that's interesting. That's gone. Don't really need that kind of stuff sitting around. This is my info for Quartzsite. Camping on public lands in the visitor area rules. In case they decide to yell at me. Look it up.
Bunch of supply.
This is a guy who sells honey out Quartzsite. I go sit. He watches the dumping spot too, so I go sit out and have coffee with him. About 4 days a week out Quartzsite. 1776 Restoration Movement. That's hilarious. I didn't even know why I saved that thing. I never joined them. That's gone. Can't really hang on to scraps of paper just because of the memories. That's part of nomad life, which was very freeing when I did it. I had a 14 by 70 mobile home with a built-on sunroom that was almost as big as the living part of the house. And I packed that room full of stuff I was not taking with me, and it was waist deep, the whole room. And I'm thinking, how can a person be poor when they own this much stuff? I guess because it was donated. I was hanging on to things like you can use parts of one thing to fix another, so I hung on to stuff to fix things. Where I want to put the business card. So now I have to separate my summery clothes from my other clothes. I can't wear them when it's cold. When I get out the Quartzsite, it'll be all summer again, and then it'll turn wintry for about half the time, and then it'll get summery again. This, I'm not even going to finish that. It's a diamond dot thing, and I have like a tiny section, and I've had to throw them away when I'm done with them anyway. So I'm just throwing it now. I don't need all this extra stuff. Those are expensive. I won't be buying them again. And then I have a book I'll take I'll take pages out and use it for sketching out an idea or something. I actually have some dresses in here which I hung on to, and I don't know why. I don't wear them. I've been out in the sun so much, and my legs are so very white. This I use for curtains. I am getting rid of these dresses and this dress shirt. I wish I could afford to keep a storage unit. I have to go clean my storage unit out in Mesa, but I can't afford to keep the storage unit, so I have stuff there that I have to figure out how I'm going to keep in my truck. Yeah, so somebody will get used to that. This is where I used to volunteer in the summers, at Mingus Mountain. I'd worked at church camp. It was great. I loved it. But they changed directors, and now it's vaccine required to work there, and I'm not going to do it. So I don't work there anymore. The people I worked under got fired the last time I was there anyway. She's close to retirement, but they weren't going to the same church. I have to decide on that. I'd like to hang on to them. They're kind of stained. I can't wear them too many places, and I get hot and cold all the time. So to take them on and off is difficult. So I don't know if I'm going to hang on to them yet. We'll just see how much room I have left in my boxes after I do this. I have little layers. I dress in layers. So these are my layers that go over my shirt when I need to get a little bit warmer. I keep it down to I need enough clothes to make it 2 weeks between laundry, and that's about all I keep around. So I have this much is my cover, my second shirt. I also have my winter coat. I've got ski pants that go over the leggings when it's cold instead of carrying jeans and shorts. Although I do have like 2 or 3 pairs of shorts and pajamas. That is. Now, that's a lot less fuller than it started out at. It was full. Now I'm down to this. Unless I put the sweatshirt back in, but I'm not putting those back in. Alright. Now I can get in the box. On the box. So I have these men's extra long t-shirts that are 3X's, which you normally see me wear. This one fits. It's a different kind of shirt, but normally it's as long as the one I'm got now, but really wide. And I've been using those until I can get access to a sewing machine to take down. The cover shirt. These I couldn't fit in this is my normal clothing bin, which normally has everything in it, but right now I can't get everything in it because I have too much. These are definitely the ones I've been wearing lately. Keep that. At least I'll be able to put them away now. That I use the front of my plastic containers to display, like a friend gave me a card and I like that picture. I have girls I paint with in the summertime and they painted me this picture, but it's coming apart. I don't know if you could see it. I don't know how well I'm holding that. But that's what I've been using the front of the box for, is to display my little memorabilia. How you say it? For some reason I can't tell if they're tank t-shirts. They're the cheap Army, Navy, Walmart shirts. So I need to take my collection of clothing down. See, I wear everything for like 2 days. So I need to take it down to 2-day wear. Bin and then an extra for swapping out. And my extra bin is in the camper. I'm just gonna take all the thumb on the side. And tank top. I know it's kind of boring. I actually have one pair of shorts I wear once in a blue moon. I made these myself. Didn't want to part with them. They're good for having to dress up in the summer. Mm. A lot of summery clothes. I'm usually in the warp. I'm usually not freezing my butt off like I am here. I think I got too much summery. I don't know how I ended up doing that. Probably on the convoy. I wanted to didn't hang everywhere. So I went got a handful of tank. I don't even really know what else to talk about. Banana bread. This shirt is from
How
the
long your
camp.
banana bread takes? Hopefully, it's not burning.
About an hour. No, I set a timer. I got half an hour still. But we did Indian youth camp up there. I know it's politically correct to say Native Americans, but they made these shirts themselves and they call themselves Indians. So they have an Indian Nation shirt from the camp. Most of them have bleach stains on the belly from doing dishes. I have a hard time parting with things that have good memories. This is my only, well, it was my only long sleeve shirt, but it is got holes everywhere. It's not gonna make it. Bye bye shirt. These pants too itchy. I don't want them. I don't know. I haven't tried wearing them. I think what's been taking up room is these really big shirts my friend gave me, and I haven't taken them down in size yet. I think that's what's sucking up all the space. I really like to have long shirts, but I couldn't afford to go out and buy new clothes like that. And long shirts are expensive for females. Guys' clothes are cheaper, and I don't understand why, but they are. Alrighty. So now I'm just gonna see if I can what I can get in here. Okay. Check that out. that fits much better. And regular t-shirt fit. The only problem is I have some laundry that has other clothing also. I have these two big shirts that I know I've got at least 3 more in the laundry. So they'll fit. Yay. Oh, that's kind of nice not to have stuff busting out. And I have to keep them in these bins because if I don't, the humidity gets to them and you got to put on damp clothing. That's so uncomfortable. So that was fairly easy. And I have one box that I normally keep in my truck bed with the change outs, like my summer stack. Will go in that other box when I recover it. And I do have more books and stuff right now. They're in the camper. I needed the space in that bin. Yeah. I mostly keep this book inside here to even out the pressure on the lid of the container so I don't bust it out. Okay, this bin has junk. Raincoat. I have a whole rain suit to put over my pants because when you're walking to a store or something, trying to walk with your pants getting damp on the legs is really, really, really. And now it's just a matter of going through all my junk. I'm not going to buy that. I've got scent candles or something. I don't know why it's got white stuff in it. See that? Medicine. Oh, I gotta go through that drawer too. This is what the raincoat's supposed to go into. If I fold it up nice, it'll go in there. Or no. Wait, how come I have... Oh, I lost one on the convoy. Left it behind. Readers! I found 2 pair. I'm back up to 4 again. Hooray. And I have my cut USB cord. Don't remember what that was for. Oh, because I have these lights. My party lights. And I hook them up. Well, these aren't the party lights. These are just the white ones I planned on putting up across the beam. And that's what this is for. Alright. So I'm going to power it with USB. I just got to wire them up after I get it up. But I haven't done that. I haven't fixed this yet. Nope, I don't know why they were separated. And I have a wrist brace, a gun holster. Can go with the gun. Yeah, I have to hang on to the wrist brace. Switch for the light. If I had a Ziploc bag, I know. I have an extra one of these. There. That's gonna be my lighting outside of the rope light when I finally buckle down and get the work done. I don't know how I end up keeping so much garbage around. Those stuff. Stuff builds up. Even when you have a tiny, tiny house, it still builds up on you.
Yeah.
Okay. I got my cleaning rag. This is when I have a hot dish. I have 2 other regular pot holders, but this one's great for being able to not have to wait for my food to cool down in order to hold it to eat. I am just amazed at how much crap I have sitting around. this? Oh, $459. That's how much it cost me to fix my fuel distributor on the convoy. That was crazy. Oh yay, it comes out.
That convoy, that convoy was only wasting time and money. The effect was zero.
Oh, it did. Well, it gave some people hope, which their hopes got dashed right as soon as the whole thing crashed. If it had not crashed the way it did, wow, I had a lot of junk. It might have done something. I guess the people who are on it are doing some things. You never. I have plans after the elections are done. Well, these are my party lights. Let me see. We have Shabbat we do, which is a Saturday rest, but it starts Friday evening. So on Fridays, see if I can get this going. I turn on my party light and I set it to go with the music. Check, check, check,
There
check.
you go.
Then I make a cleaning day. And I just clean all day at a real slow pace. I don't like really physically clean the whole day. I just do one little thing and toy around and do another and toy around. I call that my party day, and that's how I tolerate cleaning. So that's what these are supposed to go up the other side of this beam. When I buckle down and get something done, it'll get done. I'm going to put this with the other light so I have them all together. I did my truck bed the last week or the week before. Just took everything out of it, found out because the toolbox, there's a gap in the front. So when I was covering my load on the truck, there was still rain getting down in the bottom of the truck bed. Oh my gosh, papers. Papers. I'm just going to put all my papers in the paper bin and sort papers another time. When I find a decent shopping bag, I save those. Carrying stuff around. But usually art supplies I'm carrying around. You know, if I gave up my art supplies, I wouldn't have to worry about any storage at all. But who wants to give up the only thing they can physically do to try to earn something? Oh, 2 seconds ago. I used to make all my own clothing, and this is my sewing now. One little bag. I don't make my own clothing anymore. I used to make the kids' clothing too. I'd buy white t-shirts and socks and unders, but I did pants for my son and jumpers for my daughter. And then I just did myself full outfit because I don't like wearing dresses. And I can't wear white. Oh, it's too messy. I usually have this comb hanging around. So I can comb my hair when I wake up. If somebody knocks on the door and I get up, I usually have hair like so I keep a comb out so I can just quickly put it in place. And that. My emergency life straw for water supply. That I guess zip ties should be in my toolbox, not in my house. Oh my gosh, I have a second mirror. Why? This was my party horn for the convoy when the trucks came through. I don't need them. I'm not on a convoy anymore. Then I had this tiny little flower pot for part of my small heating thing, which I don't have anymore. That I'll probably do a little craft with that or something. I don't know. Diamond dot stuff. Don't need that. It's too expensive. And I know this is probably pretty boring, isn't it? Go through everything Wendy owns. You know, I have pieces of things that I don't remember why I have them. This is for drywall, putting something in the drywall. I don't even know what. I don't have drywall, don't need it. These metal bins normally hold spices and stuff, but it's in the other, it's in the big camper right now because I need it to sort. Here's a part of my readers that are somehow gone. Interesting. And darts. I love playing darts. I used to have a decent dartboard with the regular darts on it. I couldn't carry it around, so now I have this little magnetic one, which is hilarious. Good enough to keep hanging on to. I don't know why I can't fit it. The little pick. Help. I really got lazy. Pill cakes. I'm not on any medications, so I don't need that. I got off all of my medications last spring. The super glue worked well on metal. I don't know. I have a handle to one of my lids. And I don't know if super glue will work or not. I'll find out. I'm surprised these receipts are still good. They're not faded. No, this came off of. Oh, what the heck? Oh, it might have come off that charger. I can use this handle, which I can use to hang a coat. That's band. Somebody made me a ring out of copper piping. I don't wear jewelry. That's the one. Sometimes people give you gifts just because they want to give you gifts and they don't realize you don't really wear stuff like that. And you feel bad
Yeah.
throwing away, so hang on to it. I'm done hanging on to it. I really don't need it. And I have these man hook things. I have a whole container of them. Once I get stuff set up the way I like it, I can put command hooks around which I can move easily to start hanging some things up. I used to hang my readers and all my stylus pens above my head on a magnetic strip. So if I lost one, I just reach up and grab another one. But I don't use the stylus pens, and the readers I use now aren't magnetic, so I don't really have the bar up. Yay! Things. This is my other dehumidifier. It's one of those bead ones. The ones that collect in a bin are the one kind I really should have here. Made that work. Hope I don't conk myself in the head with that. That's something. But all these little lids for my vapes that I don't have right now. It's illegal in Texas. So I don't use it. So I haven't used my pain meds at all in Texas. That could be another reason my mind's going a little berserk, having to deal with all this crap without normal medication. This messy stuff is so dirty. Oh, this is funny. Pain intense, can't think, sleepy. I don't even know what this is about. That's funny. Uh, very. That might have been the charger. Tiny piece of sandpaper. Do need that. Looks like a. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, raven. Thing. So much junk. Well, a thing to hold a curtain rod, a shower curtain with. I don't even have a shower curtain. I don't know why I have that. That's funny. This goes that way. I have this. I don't even know what it's for. I don't need that. And then more coins. Coins everywhere. I used to have a giant jar of change, which is probably why there was a coin shortage. That's what somebody told me anyway. Kind of funny. Key ring, I don't need that. I'm kind of reluctant to get rid of screws because I'm not sure what it came out of. If I even still have it or not. Sometimes it's hard to find the right ones to fit. It has to make some of these things. I know I have a coin jar somewhere, but yeah, I've only been here half an hour. I feel like I've been doing this for hours already. That's funny. Conduit for flags. Okay, this must be notes from the convoy. Conduit for flags. Extra phone, no service. Laptop can be lent out, short-term use. Must have been for the convoy. I was trying to think of what I had to offer people in need. So I made a list of stuff. And I think I gathered information on what other people had to offer too. So in case somebody came up to me and needed something, I would know where to find it. Not how much, not how much you offer, it's how much it's worth to you. I don't know what that's about. Flip flops and masa. Shopping list. Shopping list. I make my shopping list, then I forget to take it to the store with me, and so they stay there. That's funny. Prize VIP card. You don't really need to carry the stinking card because they just you can just type in your phone number. Barely put the coins there. Okay, so I have eyeglass case upon eyeglass case, and I never use them. I don't know if it's worth hanging on to them or not. I am getting a real pair of glasses in the next week. Maybe I could use the hard one. I'll save that one. Throw the others out. So there, I just went through all my clothing outside of my winter coats, which have its own box already, and my junk drawer, and my paper bin. That's pretty good. I got a lot of trash, but I'm happy I found my patchouli. And I just knocked. How does this have 2 holes in it? Okey doke. Closed it. Naughty bag. There we go. That's exactly what I have the bag for. And I can bag up the clothing donations. This was my favorite dress when I wore dresses, which was rare. But it's got holes through it. Things age, moths eat it. And then I have the ones in there. I need a bigger trash bag or something. Can't put the honey where it belongs. That's where the phone is. I saved the one of these styrofoam things that they give you at the restaurant. If I heat a little dish to take over for a meeting, I can flip the little one into one of those and it holds the food warm till I get there. Which I can throw out when I leave here. I won't need it, but as long as I'm here, I need it. I really don't. Well, there's a couple other boxes I gotta go through. I might have it all done before the banana bread's done, actually. We need a better way of marking the bottom of the bag. I'm always trying to open it from the bottom. You know, I learned on YouTube that the garbage bags, if you do this and shake it out, it's actually inside out. It's meant to be turned over and pushed down into the can. And they break less often. Who knew? They don't put instructions on these things. You just got to figure it out. I guess that can go with donation. I have 1, 2, 3 spray bottles. Why? Well, one of them, this one, it's got a little crack in it. I add rubbing alcohol and sterilize my dishes because as a nomad, you can see my sink. You really can't run a lot of water. So just to make sure I don't have germs, I'll spray it with rubbing alcohol, give it a quick rinse, and then dry it off. One was to spray myself to keep cool. And I'm not even sure why I have the third. Do they even work? I don't know. This one's broke, so I'm gonna have to replace it. those say. I have this is for summer camping. When I'm in Flagstaff, I didn't go this year, but you fill up the pool, you put it out in the sun, and you can soak in your bath. It's also good for when I'm out in the tent and I'm doing a splash shower. It'll collect it and water won't be flooding out things. So that's my bathtub in a box. Kind of funny. Oh, I have two of these. That's interesting. Put the trash back that way. When we get to the things back here that don't need to be done. You know, my gun's still apart in this box. Probably need to put it together. I'm in the States where you can travel with it put together. That's handles and clean supplies. I don't know why I would need a hanger. I'm gonna donate these. I've had, I think somebody here actually has a K cup thing. They're refillable. I had an old coffee maker that it was a single serve, and you can do the K cups in them, but it was 1,000 watts, and the regular 5 cup one was only 700 watts. So I don't have that thermos anymore. I don't know where I left it even. I lost I used to have one of these cups on the convoy. I left it behind. The day we got tossed out of that track, I left my coffee cup and my raincoat. That was like $50 worth of stuff. To me, that's expensive. So I ended up leaving that behind. I also have somebody else's pocket knife. They had it in my gun box. I may or may not see him again to return it. In the meantime, I guess I could use it. Just stuff except for this one. Electronics I don't need to go through. I forget my little trash bag over there. I used to have a whole bunch of these kind of boxes, and they were lined up on my shelving, but it doesn't work that way anymore. I guess everywhere I go, I set up a little bit different, but I broke half of those boxes, so I don't have matching ones anymore. And why that feels oily. That's kind of weird. This goes to my evaporative cooling system that I built, which is out in the truck right now. There we go. Silences. Even you.
I gotta check out Wendy. So
All right. Yeah, sorry, it's kind of boring, but that's what I'm doing today. Thanks for
yeah,
listening.
that's all right. So you take care,
All right,
and
you too.
don't forget your cake.
Yep, nope, I got the timer set. I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Have a good day. So I did find the rest of the doorbell. Just plugged in at the camper. I have 2 light switches for my. I'm just gonna leave all this electronic stuff in here. the other? What's that? Okay, misting, that's for my cooling. In the junk drawer. Shoulder strap, junk drawer. I don't even know if I have all those. Whatever. Yep, it's kind of a boring stream. I just figured if anybody had questions, it'd be the day to do it. Kind of show the nomad life a little bit. And doing this, I only need to go through all my things once every 6 months. And as you can see, the banana bread is almost done, and I am almost done, but not fully. There's 3 things in the junk drawer, so I don't lose them. Battery powered flashlights. I have one that's USB charged that I use most of the time. Using the junk drawer in case I need it. The USB one goes down. This used to be my size of my salt pepper shakers. I don't like having glass, but these are really thick and they don't break. Hang on to that. Okay. Cereal wipes back there. And got that taken care of. Well, this stuff goes up here where the phone is. It's funny, I'll have all my stuff to where my labels are turned out. My place will be a mess, but my labels will be facing out. This back, it's got to go in the other box. Get stored in the truck normally. I tucked my winter coat down here, which is where it does not normally go. Normally I have it in the black bin that goes under the camper. I'll open the door and reach out and grab it. But I didn't put it there yet. I will have to. So the bottom shelf for curtains. And there's the banana bread, and I only have the 1 box to go through. Which I'm actually gonna do before I go over a couple of minutes. Isn't gonna hurt. And diamond dot stuff, which I'm not keeping. Another eyeglass case I didn't need. More diamond dot stuff I'm not keeping. And razors, dental floss, hairbrush. Yep. Beeper. And these are trash. And we did it. I have sorted everything that's in my house right now in the same amount of time it took for banana bread to bake. How's that for nomadic living? I mean, I didn't have to go through my electronic gadgets drawer because it's just batteries and charge control adapters. Didn't need to go through the fishing box because it's just fishing gear. Just needed to go through clothes and paperwork and junk drawer. And that's it. I have completed my sorting. I just have to take stuff and put it in the box. And zip ties in the toolbox. And this part's done. Let's go over and get the banana bread. See how it turned out. I put the trash bag outside too. That'll be helpful. I'll just finish putting the stuff away after I grab the banana bread out. So, and that's part of why I live with a nomadic life. It's so much easier to take care of stuff. I mean, I could live tiny like that permanently, but you accumulate stuff when you sit. When you sit too long somewhere, you accumulate things. And that's usually why I clean before quartzite and after quartzite, because that's the longest place I normally sit. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I locked that door and I just left the key behind. Yep. Going back to the keys. I have to keep it pointed up. I'm not allowed to show the ground or the people. What I haven't figured out is how far back that land goes. There's a mountain back here, and I don't know if this little mountain is part of this property, their next property. It would be so fun to be on top of one. Let's see. I think I threw the keys in my coat. I threw back, way back in the bed. Yep. Pocket. It would not be funny if I didn't know where the keys were. I'm not hearing them though. I am not hearing them. Put the phone down. I'm gonna look for the keys. Oh, hung them on a hook. Never mind. It's a thorn in my finger. Ow. Ow. One thing I didn't mention is, as you notice, my shoes tend to pick up things, so I tend to leave them outside, but there's still things that grab a hold. I got one of the cat litter mats, and it catches a lot of that stuff so it doesn't go inside the camper. It is really hard to keep the floors clean, and normally when I'm camping, the floor is my table, so I clean my floors on a regular basis. I clean it, sterilize it, and I can do my cooking. I mean, I don't use plates still. So my floors are usually pretty darn clean in there, usually. Apparently I'm doing nothing I usually do, except for sorting today. Banana bread. Dumb, that's a bare loaf pan that I'm used to. It smells good. They're all homemade ones. That's cute. Oh, that looks perfectly done. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me reverse the camera and show you. There's the banana bread. It turned out perfect. So now I've got to lay it out. Let it cool a little bit, but I've got to get it out of the container before it fully cools. Next, this countertop, the laminate's kind of coming off of it. I don't know if it's, I don't know. I don't know if that's now. Look how loose it is. Oh, that's pretty loose. I bet you I can get it out of the pan right now. I'm going to put it on the cutting board. All right. Take these from the cutting board. See, there's a lever back here that I'm supposed to be able to put this way back forward. I mean, You might be able to see it. Might tap it both sides. Kind of loosen it from the bottom. Roll it out. There it be. Oh my gosh, it turned out perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Really long. That's the plan we have. Yay. Now I'm going to eat some. Okay, somebody's left me this silver course way over here. Oh, so why are there loose knives in that drawer if we have a safe place to keep knives over here? That's confusing. Now that turned out much better than the Instapot. Normally you'd wait longer for it to cool. It's super scratchy. What I didn't put in it was cinnamon. Mmm. Okay. It's good. It works. Hmm. I think it was better. There's hard bread. Oh my gosh. Hmm. I don't get to eat a lot of dessert. I have the white sugar. White sugar makes my allergies far more intense than they normally are. It was honey. And I didn't have the applesauce I normally use. Hmm. Olive oil wasn't too bad in it. Oh, yeah. So there we go. What was that? About 2 hours. Took an hour to mix up the banana bread, an hour to bake it, and an hour to sort the house while it was baking. Not bad. More. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait till it cools to put it away. You can have 3 whole. That one cool. And go back and read in the chat. Well, if anybody's watching this later and they have questions, feel free to put them in the comments. I'll answer them about being a nomad. Sorry about my whininess. It was a rough start today, very rough start, and I decided to push forward. It's windy out there. I don't know, what would you do if you lived most of your life living life the way you didn't want to live it and it made you miserable? You found something that made you happy and then you had to give it up. I guess a lot of people who become disabled also go through the same thing. You just got to keep searching for another way to be happy. But I'm almost 60. How old was I? Let's see, 17 was how many years ago? 5? So I was like 55 when I finally started living life that I liked. Everybody's going to be in the same boat. We're all going to be hurting. We're not going to know where to go. Some people won't be able to afford to rent anymore. They'll want to be nomads, but the cost of gas will make it impossible. I don't know. Where are we all going from here? All I can think of is fighting. Why your comments go up? An example. How did the banner get up there? That's funny. I don't know how. Oh, here. Okay, and that got rid of it. Oh, I guess when I touch this, boom. Yeah, no, that's how it happened. I have brought my bowl up here and did a bowl of chili too. And some chili to finish off. Pretty hungry. This is breakfast and it's 1 o'clock. I've been up since 4. I don't know if that's cool. And soaking. What did I do? Does it fit in the sink? I have to leave it beside the sink. So I do have some things in the camper that actually need to be gone through also. And I'll go get that other box out and get the stuff again. Anyway, see what's up there and see what I can get rid of there too. Oh, that's good. Really good. And after I do that, I guess I'll grab a bowl and get some chili. I have to have keys in my hand when I lock a door. Otherwise, I lock myself out. And I don't know why I waited till after I pulled that door shut to check the keys were in my hand. Oh, it's been a while since I had to lock a door, I guess. Been out here for 2 months and haven't had to lock anything. Some of these grasshoppers are humongous out here. Wish I could show them. Risk showing the property. A little bit too big. Go to the art studio is what I call this thing. He wanted to give me this camper. I physically can't maintain it, so that's why I'm not switching from my lovely house to this. Just to clean this every week would be far more work than I just did on the other thing to organize. And if I were to straight clean my camper each week, it would take maybe 15, maybe half an hour tops to clean walls, floor, everything. But this thing, to maintain it would be far more work than I would want. I need to get that. See, all these containers up here need to be gone through. These are usually ones that I leave in my truck. But I don't normally transport my art, this much art, when I go places. So I have a lot of art crowding out this space that could be used for some other things. These are all things I've got to go through also. Here's a clothing container. I have a ripped up pair of sandals that I need to reorder. I get the same brand is why I hung on to it. Trying to force myself into ordering it where I forget that I need them. They're better than flip-flops. Right now, for the past 2 years, I've been using flip-flops. I have not ordered those sandals. I really need to, but these flip-flops are not handy as I see. Another brace. This is the knee brace. I don't know if it'll fit in where I have my hand brace or not. I was going to bring those containers in, but this part, piece of leather someone gave me. It says 2 dash art. Surge protector, which I sometimes use. Adapter. It just depends on where which place I'm staying at, whether I need the surge protector or I can just use my power strip. I need both. Odd. Right. And this is what I have my. Well, now I know where that other handle is, and I think I put that handle in the trash. Sorry, I keep bumping that and putting things up there. The handle actually holds the lid down, so I may need to open that trash bag up and get the handle back out. Where's my thing to hold the camera up? I don't know. These here. And luckily, I don't fill the whole bag. Oh, I did save the handle. Good job, Wendy. The lid itself is underneath all the paintings because there was a leak. Oh, I put that upside down. There was a leak in the camper and I needed to set the paintings on something. So right now the lid is underneath all my paintings. Trying to keep them dry from the elements. Put you in the basket, carry you. I'm gonna store this here instead of the truck bed right now because normally don't have all my art to transport. When I get ready to go, I've got to fit all my art in that back of the truck, covered from the elements. So, what I also have up there is my swimming gear in this box. I usually swim blanket, a swim blanket as opposed to a towel. And I have shirts and stuff. So that's usually underneath my camper. But since I have this now, it's not. Here. This goes in the back of my truck. I have a bunch more of these lids. The containers are in my storage unit still. I didn't bring everything from my storage unit. And the other one. Not ready to order them. I suppose I could wear them in a deep emergency. They're kind of splitting the soles, but if I had a deep emergency and I needed to run somewhere, I don't know. That's junk right now. I have a little broom that goes with my dustpan that's in the camper, which I normally don't use. I use a paintbrush because I don't have to use so many strokes. It picks up a lot more. This container I should or should not have to find out. This is what my floor mat was in, and my floor mat's twice the size of this bag, so I don't even know how it used to fit. But the bag will be handy. have another cooler. This cooler goes in my other cooler when I'm trying to transport things like ice cream over a long period of time so it doesn't melt. I'll put the ice cream in that, put that inside of another cooler, and that cooler goes in the third cooler. Put down things. Sometimes I never use these. Trash. Cord. I don't think it's even any good. Rope that should be out in the truck. Another something. These are the blue lights that I use in my camper for colored lights sometimes. They're very, very calming. Take those and put that there. Okay, we have some black bags, which I have a box for things like this out in the bed of my truck. I'll put that back in before I go. Mashed taters. Oh yeah, we're gonna have some taters when I get beans. I have a food thermos somewhere amongst my stuff this goes to. This I used to carry in my purse. Oh, surprise! Didn't know it did that. For food on the run, which it'll probably go back in and clean it up. Wash. Let's put the side of the shelf to hang things on. Unpack out of that. Stuff like it. Frames I had canvas board in it. This one's like busted out. Trash. It was cheap. I don't even know what came in it. There's no use hanging on to something that's flimsy. Can't use. This one's a lot sturdier. Put something in it if I needed to. My tent is up there. Here's my backpack for my computers. Food storage containers. I'm gonna need that to bag up some beans I bought. This is in here. Moss. And I have more paperwork. I will probably combine this with the others. Wow, some of this is moldy. I have to hang on to it. Some of it's Social Security. When they tried to shut down my income for trading mobile homes, they wanted to count the other one as income. Trash. All stuff. Logic problem books. I love doing those. Oh, these are moldy. These were ended up being in the truck bed, thinking they were protected under the tarp, not realizing that the gap behind my toolbox was flooding the truck bed. I don't need that. Oh, switches for the light. I think I can what this paperwork is. I had a storage unit that flooded and this was for a claim for the damage, but being a nomad, I couldn't get the stuff to her on the basis she wanted it to be sent. So I lost out on hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. Sometimes when you're camping somewhere where you can't get to things, a big wow, that was having a party. Take that down when it's stuff gets damaged. Rock paint with kids. Went to the wall paint, which I don't know if I'm going to even try to repair and keep. It's got two bent holes and some connectors that are totally broken. And I don't know if it would be cheaper to replace the holes or just replace the whole dang thing. I'm kind of hanging on. I'm actually going to leave them here. If I don't return to Texas, I don't need that wall tent because why does that keep popping up? Because I was planning on using it to make the greenhouse to do medicinal herbs. So if I don't return here, I won't need it. That's other places I'm going. I would only need it here. Check that out. So these bins will probably get washed at another time. This paperwork actually goes in the bin with that other paperwork and they all get stuck together, but I am not sure that I want to take these indoors right now. Figure out how to get them in here now for now. So this other bin is actually food, which I have stored in the cabinets right now. So I can put this stuff in it for now. It'll get combined into the house whenever it's time. This blanket is a cotton weave, and it is excellent for using to cool down a house. If I don't have if I don't want to run, or if my little evap thing wasn't powerful enough, you could put this on a TV tray, get it wet, blow a fan through it. I used it in my mobile home for cooling a 6x8 room. Or no, it was bigger than that. My camper 6x8. It was let's see, the mobile was 14 feet wide. It was probably a 10x12 room. And I put that on a TV tray with a box fan, and it cooled that room so cold that I had to shut it down. I really like this thing. It has a frame that goes with it, and you can take it out of the frame and carry it. But it's got a mold infection. I am going to try to clean it. If it doesn't clean up, I'll have to toss it. But I really liked it. It was easy to put my paints and my brushes and stuff in. And I bet you could still be used. Let's find out later. That blue stick that goes with my art supplies. Man strips. There's a bin somewhere. My man hook. This goes to my sink. I actually have a tiny, tiny sink I want to put in the camper eventually. Oh, that's what that other thing was. With the battery and posting. A toy. I keep a toy. I'm gonna put that in the paper, actually. This is for working on computer, fixing my gadgets. This can go together. I have a container, probably out in the truck now I think about it. Full of man hooks. Get them to stay all together. I do have my aluminum foil. Another bag that brings me up to 430 bags to keep around for doing stuff like clothes donations into. We have wine, bread, pocket knife, my supplies. And I really like the command things. They don't leave stuff on the walls. And as a nomad, my stuff changes all the time. Shoot this one out. Whenever I do go to grab all my things from the storage unit, drawer, drawer, I say car, truck, whatever it's called, the vehicle. I'm going to put it in this bin temporarily. Use that for a trash bag. Trash. Almost done. Almost. These you can pay an arm and a leg for at home at Walmart for putting on your bookshelves and things, or you can go to Freight Liquidators and get them for, well, I got them for free something back then, probably a little more expensive now. The rest of that food thermos. This is a hard drive that I need to take somewhere and see if anything good. It got flooded. It's dried out now, but I honestly don't know if it will work or not. I'm gonna put that in my camper. These are for camping. Well, I'm not sure why I have a fluffy. I don't even use these things. Hey, Choctaw. I'm not in my storage unit. My storage unit's in Mesa. I'm going through the stuff I have with me that normally goes in my camper and my truck. I'm just sort of weeding things out and ditching things. This little fluffy's gonna go. And that's what I decided to do today. That way, when I pack my truck, I'll have more of an idea of what I can put where. I'm not used to driving around with my giant stack of paintings, which you can see I have stored tucked in here. It's flood, so I had to put them all on lids. And then I have more here. So that all has to fit in my truck bed, and normally I just count on the extra space in my truck bed to put things, but I can't do that this time. So I'm kind of going through everything and getting that already. That battery's good anymore. All rusted out. And so these bins, if you get them from, is it Freight Liquidators? Harbor Freight, that's it. If you get them from Harbor Freight, they're cheaper than the decorating stores, and they're a little bit bigger. That. Ta-da! I have successfully gone through everything. I sorted my clothing and got rid of some things and put my summer ones in the summer box that I had other junk in that I had to clean out to get it in there. And I have a bin that's got to go into the house, into my junk drawers and things, and one bin that's got to go to the truck. And I also made banana bread in the same amount of time. Well, almost. It took an hour for the banana bread to make, and I had the whole camper on the inside done. And now I came out here to make that box available, put my other stuff into. And I am done. No, my storage unit, that's in Mesa. When I go, it'll be next month before I can get back to Mesa. I needed to at least get enough for 1 day car insurance to drive because the truck is not insured right now. We need to go through clutter. Yeah, I do it every 6 months. I accumulate things, especially out in Quartzsite. So yeah, I've gone through. Well, oh, I just found my caulking gun. I looked for it yesterday like crazy. Didn't realize it was in here. Okay, I'm not going through my art supplies because I just need to box them up. And my wires are already in their things, but I found my caulking gun. Woo! I needed that 3 days ago. But yeah, here I can give you a glimpse of. I'm actually stuck in Texas right now. I am trying to get out of Texas. I have enough for fuel, but I don't have anything for insurance or AAA in case I break down. So this is all stuff that gets packed into the truck. And plus all the art that I just brought with me last time that I normally don't travel around with. So I have all that I've got to pack into the truck. So I decided I needed to sort my things before Quartzsite this year. Ooh, that missed my toes. All right, this is gonna go in the house, my house. And this other one's going in my truck. I'm just gonna put it in the passenger seat for now. I'd have to take the tarp off the back of the truck and unload stuff and reorganize there if I wanted to go put this stuff away, which I'm not going to do today. It's a little windy and there's a chance of rain. Clouds are building up a little bit. So normally, let me reverse that camera again. Normally, this is where my food storage is while I'm on the road. It's my passenger seat. I have some in there now, but it's not packed full totally. I'll get back to the comments in a second here. Woo. It is windy. Oh. Fort Davis. It's 3 hours south of El Paso. So I'll be able to get out of here next month. What I have to do is I've got to paint the wood on the camper before I go because I can't do that on Quartzsite, and I already started sanding. so the wood's pretty unprotected right now, which is not a good thing. So I have to hang out here until I get that finished, which I'm hoping to get done this week. It's already the end of the month, which surprises me. Are you the daughter of the lady who passed? No, but she was a friend that I hung out with in the convoy. I went with Eric to deliver the ambulance to her family, but I miss her terribly. I miss everybody terribly, but you miss somebody more when you know there's never a chance to see them again until afterlife, I guess. But no, she was a good friend. Thinking that's all I got here. I'm gonna go up. I have to show you the sky because I'm not allowed to show the land here or the people. So we'll be looking at my face with the sky in the background while we go get some chili and check on the banana bread. It's nice and the clouds are starting to build up. The wind's bringing them in. I can see them starting to come over the mountaintops. They're a little bit gray. We're probably going to be getting rain. But yeah, I miss Tracy a lot. We had so much fun. She was also a nomad. I think that's why we got along so well, because we understood what it took to be a nomad. Going up to my friend's house. He's not here. He'll be here tonight. But that's why I'm able to stream, because he's not here. So let me reverse the camera and show you the nanner bread I made. It was a really long loaf. I cut like 5 pieces already and had it. I probably need to do the dishes, but right now, that's the camping site. By a bunch of trees. No, the camping site that are in my camper pictures are up on Mingus Mountain. And that is an amazing place. All of us regulars are like, this is a special place. You can't make places like that up. Oh, milk. I should have brought a glass too. So no one here has a microwave. Only I have a microwave, and I'm hooked up to power shoreline right now, so I can use the microwave, which is how I'm going to be able to heat my beans. What I haven't seen is my coffee. I thought I made a special effort to bring it up here. Don't remember taking it back. I haven't been drinking it, so I don't know. Yeah. I just threw my spoon in there and I need it. That's funny. Okay, well, I got the food I needed to get. I gotta get the banana bread put away. I need to find foil. I made the banana bread without sugar. It has honey instead. I wanted to use the granulated honey he has here. When it gets old, it gets kind of granulated. I wanted to use that. Why am I not? I wanted to use the granulated, but I couldn't get the jar open. So I couldn't use it. I'm going to have to cut that loaf in half and store it. This turned out good. I tried to do this in the Instapot, and bread with honey instead of sugar is a little more of a chewish texture. When I steamed it in the Instapot, it was really gross. So I came up here to bake instead of using the Instapot on this. I think he'll be happy. The guy here likes sweets. He'll like banana bread. And I can't use granulated white sugar. Don't like monk fruit. I don't like a lot of the artificial sweeteners. I know monk fruit's natural, but to me, monk fruit makes it taste very, very dry. And I can't taste anything else. You can have a party with it. Yeah, if there was anybody here to party with it. The main landowner and the couple down the way are all on a vacation. There's two ladies that live in the house, which I haven't visited with a lot lately. I haven't ever visited with a lot. I'm really not sure what to think about them. The one's kind of really rough on me because she thinks I should be able to work like everybody else. I don't understand that I'm not like that. I'm not normal, what they call normal. But I'm not broken either. I mean, I get depressed and get sad, but I'm not a broken person like some treat me to be. And then there's the newly married couple, but I need another piece. They're sticking to themselves, getting to know each other, so I haven't been able to visit with her either. And the guy is like my brother. We've known each other for 2 years now. This week started going on the third year. He's like my brother. Normally I'd be able to visit and chat with them, but you can't bust into a honeymoon. And they're doing things like planning house because he has a utility trailer camper and she lives in her van, so they're trying to make their space work as a married couple so they can build their house, which they're working on. Yeah. So if anybody wanted to travel here, we could have a party with the banana bread. For now, there's no one to party with for the banana bread. There's a lady that lives over at the Red House, or she's staying at the Red House until her house is built. And but she can't have a lot of things, so I don't even offer her food anymore because I don't want to specially cook something. Well, I can have that, but I can't have this in it. And I was like, no, I'm not going to make you custom food. Does Eric come to your stream? He came once and it surprised me because I'm like, he don't normally do stuff like that. So no, he normally doesn't come to my stream. I don't know. He likes a busier chat. My stuff's kind of boring to him, as far as I know. I can only guess that since he doesn't come. But there we go. No, it's not a popular stream. It's just for visiting people, giving out info. It's not like I'm a heavy duty streamer and I need to build up a clientele and all that stuff. I mean, it is fun to have a room full of people chatting away. But realistically, how are you going to get a room full of chat people all excited over watching paint dry? It just doesn't really happen that way. And I'm not really an entertainer. I'm not into entertaining. So it be what it be. There we go. I missed fighting over that. Wasn't a real fight, but it was fun. I've got a bag of clothing donations. I'm gonna get rid of all the trash, but I'm gonna eat before I do anything else. He goes to Agnes's all the time. Yep, he does. She has a lot more followers. The chat's a lot more fun. Yep. He's also a helper to her. So he's there. Agnes is more cool than me. got a lot more stuff going on too. I don't. And I don't know if you saw the beginning of the stream, but I was pretty down and decided to give it a shot, see how far I get today. So I guess I could repeat it. I lived most of my life in a home until 2017, or apartment, mobile home. I owned my own mobile home before I decided to do this. And I was just miserable. I hated life all my life. I really hated existing. I can find joy in some things and enjoy some things, but I was miserable and hated life mostly. And so when I became a nomad, I liked life all of a sudden. In fact, I loved a lot of part of it. But good old Biden's economy is making it impossible for me to continue this life. So that's part of what's been going on with me, is flipping back and forth all the time, just trying to figure out what I want to do, because none of it sounds exciting to me anymore. Going back to a life I tried to live for a long time and was miserable with, and I'm faced giving up some a happiness I finally found, a way to live that I enjoyed and that I could tolerate living and like living. And now I'm faced with having to give it up because I just don't have the money to keep going. And I really don't have the money to keep going other places. But there's people, I have friends, lots of friends, thank God. There's places I can go and settle, and it won't cost me anything except maybe friendship. If I was here, it would cost me labor that I can't do. They don't seem to understand that, but they will when I just tell them I can't do it. And I'm moving on. Did you ever talk with Warren Area? Oh, yes, I have talked with Warren Area 51. He asked me to move in with him and be his girlfriend. Didn't even really know me. He only knew me by look, actually. Yeah. I'm not going to sell my soul like that again. I got married. Every time I got married, it's because I just couldn't handle doing stuff on my own. And that was a dumb reason. And it got me in trouble each time. And that didn't bring me any happiness either. So yes, I've talked with him before. He showed me his house and his giant bathroom, thinking that would impress me somehow. He doesn't understand that I don't want to take care of things. The whole reason I live like this is because I don't want to take care of things. It took an hour for me to sort everything I owned in here that I needed to sort. And if I were in a home, it could take months because I'd get overwhelmed with a big task. I don't want to take care of things. The less things you have, the less you have to care for them. So anyway, that didn't impress me. And I'm not willing to jump in a relationship just to have the nomad life I want either. He was last in Colorado. Yeah, he's got more funds than I've got. But yeah, he would have been an okay person, but the only thing he ever talked to me about is wanting me to move in with him. So I really don't know him other than that, which is not really beneficial thing to know about somebody. I mean, you want know a lot more. From what I know, he's just not somebody that I would enjoy traveling around with either. He really wants a spouse. He wants a girlfriend or a spouse, and he wants to share his life that way. He likes to isolate. That's not my thing at all. That's gonna go. So I don't know enough about him. What I do know is I don't fit his needs. That's what I know. We should have communicated. Why? Oh, well, I think he's just looking for a mate right now. He likes to isolate. I don't like to isolate. Not all nomads like to isolate. I like to hang out where a lot of people are. In fact, when I go to Quartzsite, I'm usually on the main strip where I can meet everybody and talk with as many people as possible. And I don't really feel too alone there. He was last trying religion. Well, that's interesting. I'm a Torah follower. I'm not a Torah follower Christian. Yeshua came and saved me from my sins, but I still feel like there's guidelines we need to live by because it brings blessings and curses. If you don't do it, your life gets some curses in certain areas, and if you do it, then you get blessings. And most of Torah is about caring about people and how to care about people. I mean, there's a couple things about food, but that's your health. If you're healthy enough, then you're able to care about people. So to me, it all makes sense. Not everybody does, but I would say I am a Torah observant Christian, I guess is what you call it. Do you know nomadic fanatic? No. Who's nomadic fanatic? There are millions of nomad streamers. When you go out to Quartzsite, you meet a lot of them. So I have not met all of them that I know of. Now, when people stop by my campsite, visit me, because I'm in a popular location, I have a unique camper. I get to know a lot of people, but I don't always remember their names. I don't know who's a streamer and who's not. I really didn't follow streams until the convoy. The convoy added that to my life, thank goodness, because if I was stuck here without streaming capability, I'd have gone nuts. I would have been gone. I would not have made it. YouTube land saved my life. But yeah, I would like to hook up with a good friend and travel around. But it would have to be somebody I trust. And I just don't. I made a couple friends that I thought I could travel with, but things are people like to divide over silliest crap. So I made a really good friend last summer, and we were going to do a lot of traveling together. She got upset because I decided I wanted to move my campsite for the season. And although I could walk over to her every day, she still was not content with that. You don't have to live for God, but should want. Should want. God chooses children, and there's nothing you can do. Amen. Yep. There was a group of us out there that are Torah observant, but they're here in Texas now, except for two couples. The other couple won't be in Quartzsite this year, and this couple, I am guessing I think the only reason they're coming to Quartzsite is to collect their camper, and it's probably their last season out there. They live up in Washington. I'm hoping at the end of the season that I can have the opportunity to travel up to Washington with them, and then I can Greyhound back. But there's quite a few people I want to go visit up in Washington. So who knows? Maybe this is the year I meet traveling buddies and I have a group that I can just stay with. Because as it is now, I can probably afford to do Flagstaff and Quartzsite between the two, but I wouldn't have any money to travel on Greyhound because gas prices are getting really ridiculous. It's costing me over $600 to get to Mesa, and I don't even have the truck insured yet. So, and I probably won't keep it insured while I'm in Quartzsite because I can walk around for 2 months, save myself $100 or so. not have to drive around. No, I'm living the nomad life because this is the only life that's brought me joy. I cannot tell you how many times I was in the hospital for suicidal tendencies trying to live the other life. It never made me happy. None of it did. But this life made a huge difference. And the fact that gas prices is going to kill it is heartbreaking. I probably should have put barbecue sauce in this. But that's where things lie. I'm dealing with the reality of I'm going to be back to being limited. I can choose to park my camper somewhere on a permanent basis and travel around Greyhound 5 or 6 times a year, or I can just travel twice a year to different nomad places. You watch YouTube channels. Buy one of the EVS named. I can't buy another vehicle. I get a little over $750 a month, if that helps anything. And my phone costs $100. Food, I've been putting $100 a month aside for food, but my last trip proved that that's not going to work out anymore. So I got to increase my food allowance, which means shutting down my storage unit and either getting rid of it or finding some way to tote it around. What is an EVS Aptura? Let me Google that. See. Oh wait, I need another tab. Oh, holy crap, that's got to cost some serious money. That's not my reality. If you make, what just happened? Okay, if you make less than 27 a year, you qualify for Lifeline and ACP. I do, but that doesn't give me all the internet I need. And I did apply for the top company assurance or something. The phone didn't arrive and they wanted me to file a police report, and I told them I cannot file a false police report just to get a phone. So I have to try with the other company. But the problem is you're stuck with whatever service they give you. Verizon is the only one that works in almost all the places that I end up in. And you don't really get to pick your cell service. You end up with whatever they give you. If they gave me one that didn't work, then I would have to shut that down and try to go through another company. And I also have an unlocked phone right now, which enables me to switch up if I need to. And I'm on month to month. So if I needed to switch to AT&T because where I was at it wasn't working out, I would be able to do that without having to get a new phone. And those companies won't send you a new phone for a new company. Why is this not charging? They won't give you a new phone and a new SIM card for a new company. You're stuck with what you're stuck with. I would put FCC complaint against them. Yeah, I'm a nomad. To follow stuff up like that requires access to mailboxes and stuff, which I don't have right now. So, I don't know. You want to stare at the roof or do you want me to shut my camera off? I'm eating right now and the phone's charging. I don't know where the stand is. Maybe if I find the stand. Nope. I left the stand in the camper probably. Maybe after I get settled down somewhere, but it'll be so long that I won't be able to prove any of it. But that is ridiculous that you have to file a police report if your phone doesn't arrive for them to send you another phone. I guess because some people cheat them and they got to find a way around it. But filing a police report, false police report on top of that, is just not something that should be done for any reason. And I suspect the police know that. What the heck is going on? My camera froze. Yeah. If you combine your Lifeline and ACP, they will give you a new phone with some of the companies and they will give you unlimited internet. Yes, they will. And you cannot switch companies for a full year. And the phones they give you are tied into the internet company. That's how they get a deal with it. So, like, if they give you a Verizon phone and you get somewhere and Verizon don't work, you're SOL for a year. You'd have to file a police report saying your phone was stolen to get a new one, and they'd probably send you one for the same company. I don't know. But yes, I know. That's why I applied for insurance. But when they did that with the phone thing, I realized it wasn't worth it. Maybe after I get out the court site, able to think things out, what I really want to do and where I'm going to be, I'll try again. But for now, I'm just stuck with this. And actually, that $86 a month, I thought you could change provider. No, no, you don't even get a choice in providers. You get what you get. They, some of them won't even tell you what provider you're going to get until your phone arrives. That's Arizona anyway. I don't know if every state's different or not. The camera keeps freezing. I don't know why. That's so odd. Phone is struggling. Sorry. Oh, I can see the signal's just like swinging in and out like crazy right now. My phone is totally freezing up. But yeah, I'm working on it. The thing is, too, with all this misinformation and how PayPal did this, we're going to fine you so much money when they backtracked it, when they got the backlash from it. But that's going to happen with the cell phones, with my income. And right now I have a phone that's not tied to any company. So if they were to shut me down, I can just easily just get a little card, slip it in there. Instead of waiting 6 months for a phone to come, I wouldn't even have service. I wouldn't even be, if my phone were to go out, I wouldn't even be able to order another phone until I got to a city or somewhere where I could. And I'm really sorry about that camera freezing up. I don't know what's going on. There's so many rules with this stuff. It's crazy. And I'm almost sure that originally they weren't going to take the money out of my checks because I bought a vehicle that I needed. And they said that the vehicle does not count as resources, so go ahead and get it. Well, now 2 years later, they took 10% of my income out for the inheritance that they said was okay to go towards the truck. So, and then on top of that, if I were to sell that truck, that would count as income again. They did that with a mobile home on me. They actually tried to shut my income off permanently because I traded mobile homes and they didn't like that the other one supposedly didn't have a value. They were trying to say I was trying to rip off the system. It's crazy. I don't know if you can hear with all this stuff frozen on my phone or not. Hoping you can. There's not much I can do about it. I don't know who you talked to about that service, but you are able to select which one you want. Well, yeah, I don't know who either because I called Assurance and I talked to a couple of the other ones and they said that one was well, the phone they were sending me was like T-Mobile and I'm like that's not even going to pick up in some of my areas. So I don't know. It's different in different places. That's all I know. I get tired of dealing with it. Honestly, they wanted to give me $16 in food stamps, but I can't get the paperwork to them in time, so they shut it off. And I'm like, well, for $16 and going through this twice a year was not worth it. I can get food from a food bank a lot easier than I can the $16 from the food stamp people. So, yeah. It doesn't matter because right now I'm trying to live off of 90% what I was living off of, which was tight in the first place. And we're supposed to get an 8% raise, which still won't bring me back up to where I was. Plus, I have my check next month is cut by 150 for the painting I sold. They take any earned income I have up to a certain amount, they'll take about 50% out of my check. So I've had the 10% minus the 150 for November. But I'm still 100 ahead. It was a $300 painting, 50 to ship it, and 150 out of the check, which left me with 100. So I was still 100 ahead. Not a total loss. A lot of it is stress that I can't deal with. Maybe that's part of the problem. Most of the people in this year alone have almost 50% of their 4K. Yep, yep. And plus, going to the grocery store, what costed $40, cost me 75 this trip. So that's paying double what I normally spend a month on food. So that takes up right then and there. Plus, then the gas cost is over double, and my truck has been mostly parked. When I went on that trip to get the ambulance, I wasn't driving, so I had that. Haven't been driving here except for the one day. I won't be driving out quartzsite, but the gas prices have more than doubled, and I was having a tight squeeze at the end of last summer anyway. So even this little 8% isn't going to bail me out of the situation they've got me stuck in. I know it sounds negative, but financially it is way more than I have now. In some areas of the country that would have paid for half a new home and started them out of paying 40,000 or more. Yeah. This truck is the first vehicle I had in 20 years. When I started as a nomad, I didn't even have a truck. The inheritance I got paid for about half of it, and Biden and Trump paid for the other half, including the insurance and stuff. And at the end of quartzsite last year, I had a little bit of funds saved up, but I went on the convoy and repairs sucked that up in a snap of a finger. And then I had lots of stuff that broke on the convoy that I'm still trying to get replaced and stuff. As you can see, I don't own that much. Some of my containers are busted up. Those containers are quite expensive. It's ridiculous what you pay for a plastic box. It also costs to work on the camper. Before I had a chloroplast one, last summer I built this one. It requires maintenance. Caulking is like $8 a tube. House paint in this town is almost $50 for a gallon. So I'm waiting till I get somewhere where I can go get a mist tint for about 20. My solar system wires got messed up. $30 towards paying for the internet. Well, that would go directly on the. How it works is you can get a phone service that'll combine both of the programs, the ACP and the Lifeline, together. So you'll have the phone and the unlimited internet on the same thing. I don't pay my internet separate. For me to pay for separate internet, remember, I don't have a wire coming into my house. It has to be mobile, either a mobile phone or satellite. The only two options I have for internet in my situation. So it's much easier just to get the whole deal in one package than to have to deal with two other companies. Even talking about this stuff stresses me out, but what I got to do, I got to figure all this out all over again. I was set and comfortable where I was at. Let's see, he wrote here. You even use Lifeline for 1,000 minutes unlimited text and 4 gigabytes of data. If the only way you can search the internet is on your data, a browser eats that 4 gigabytes up in a flash. The 30 gig hotspot I have, if I were to hotspot it to my laptop and search the internet, it would last less than a week and it'd be gone. Or if I do streaming like this, it would be gone like that. I need unlimited. Anything less than unlimited is far too costly and won't last long. And then if you say I shut it down, then if I'm stuck in a place like this in Texas where there's nowhere to talk to, I would have no one to talk to for, what's it been, 5 days now? Yeah, they left, what is today? Today's Monday. They left Thursday. So I would have had absolutely nobody to talk to with that internet. There are some people I could call on the phone, but if I can't see their face and look at their lips, I have Asperger's. If I can't see their face and look at their lips, it's very, very, very hard to communicate. I have big issues on the telephones. So again, we're also working with disabilities too. I'm not just a normal person who go out and do whatever I want to. You could clear things up with assurance. My relative has no interruptions other than annually refiling for the service. Yeah, nope, they won't let me clear it up. I've talked to 3 bosses. Supervisor, 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 and every single one of them. One guy was spent an hour telling me, okay, we can get past this and let's set you up. And I call after 2 weeks, where's the phone? Well, ma'am, you have to file a police report. And I'm like, that's not what he said. He said he got it all set up and he just spent an hour lying to me on the phone to get a positive report. But it all comes down to no matter who I talk to there, I've got to file that police report with assurance to continue. No matter what at this time. Unless I get a new name, a new ID, and start over. And that's a hassle I don't want to deal with. So no, I can't go with assurance. Impossible without a police report. They didn't even care that it was illegal. That's our procedure. That was the only answer I got about it. So I used to have a government phone when I started. But at that time, they didn't have the internet. They had unlimited on my phone if I paid extra. Yeah, but it was a phone limited to one service. So when I needed to switch, which happened 2 other times before I finally just went and got my own thing. was, oh, man, it was horrible. That's the main reason I decided to go my own way with it. But yeah, it'd be nice to have the 80 some bucks a month. But honestly, for me, that kind of stress is another reason I did not deal with living in a regular home well. Use this link and have them check into it. Wait, I can't see your link. I need to make you a mod to get your link. Hold on. At open YouTube. I can try, but they'll just make me mad if it don't work out, because they'll lie to me and it won't come. Yeah. There you go. Now you can put the link in. Go ahead. I'll try it when I have the patience to communicate with them. Are you giving me a link to assurance? Because unless you have a name, I've talked to a supervisor on top of a supervisor. I went 2 supervisors high even. Muted. Sorry, the mic got muted. Always bumping things on here. Chat is locked up. Oh, you might have to switch from live top chat to live chat and back. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we'll see. I gotta open YouTube to click the link to save it. Thanks for trying to help. All this stuff's extremely frustrating to me. I can't even tell you how bad my stomach is in a knot. Yeah, I had this already bookmarked. All right. Yeah, I've already called them. If that's okay, I'll call again. There, bookmark. Yeah, I know the requirements. Yeah, that's because I had YouTube open, thank goodness. I accidentally closed the browser. What do you mean lower than 27 a year? Every $27 a year? No one's lower than that. Or do you mean 27,000 a year? I get less than 10,000 a year. It's 750 a month. Let's see. What do I get? Tell you what I get a year. I get $9,108 a year. $9,108 a year now. So rich. Yeah. No, I qualify for all of them. That's not even a beginner issue. I make 27K. I make 1/3 of that. It's kind of funny. So I was hoping when I got rid of my storage unit, I would be able to upgrade my groceries so that I can get things like milk and vegetables and fruit. But that didn't pan out. I almost think they went back and charged me that inheritance thing because I was on the convoy. There's no telling how many in the United States call for ACP. Oh yeah, probably almost everybody. That's what they want to do. Is they're going to get everybody dependent on their government programs, which is not good. I mean, I don't have too much of a choice, but they want everybody to be like that. And then they can control your behavior more. As if you want to talk about things online that they don't want you talking about, why would they supply you with the gadgets to do that, right? So that's just going to be another form of control in the long run. I'm trying to think long run. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to do it when they just have everything cut down and off. Because I'm not going to stop fighting for freedom. I mean, giving up now, if I gave up fighting, doing anything at all through your electrical cooperative, where would I get an electrical cooperative from? My electricity comes from the batteries in my truck. There's no options here. It'll be late next year before you can get high-speed internet. Yep, that's why a lot of people are just going to the phones. But I think there's a problem with the phones. A lot of people are getting getting the internet that's getting really wobbly these days because of solar flare. Dun dun dun. They made the announcement 6 months ago. If we have another solar flare, there's a good chance we'll lose all our communications. And I'm like, just the communications? That's kind of an odd announcement. And now in the last week or maybe a month, I didn't look at the date, there's all this talk about the solar flare that they're just now starting to see, and it's hitting. And all of a sudden, my internet starts going in and out like crazy. It's like the other side announces what they're going to do first so that you'll accept it. It's like they're covering the clouds now to prevent global warming. And I'm like, you were covering the clouds before that. Once we get internet through the electric cooperative, get 200 MPS speed for only 55 a month. Yeah, that's nice. You've got to live yeah, that'll work for you people who live in houses. If I have to settle down and live in a house and not travel anymore, I'm just not going to want to do anything. So why would I even want internet? I'm not going to want to get out of bed anymore, basically. That's where I'm at. I spent 55 years trying to enjoy normal life like other people, and I hated every minute of it. I find a life that I actually start liking life and loving it, and to go back, I don't even feel like a worthwhile option. Assurance Wireless only gives 6 megabytes per second. Yeah, that's pretty good then. That'll be nice. That'll be nice for landowners and renters. I can't find my stand for my phone, so I just gotta hold it. Don't blame you. You live best you can. I did, and now they're trying to prevent it. Well, not trying to prevent people from traveling altogether by making gas prices so ridiculous. But yeah, I guess that's where I'm at. My brain, which I have Asperger's, it takes a lot to process things in the first place. My brain does not want to process having to go back to a life I didn't like. And making this one work's really getting to me. Well, I don't know. I'm just looking forward to quartzite, meeting up with a bunch of people that I haven't seen in a while and meeting a bunch of new people and just being happy for a couple months. That's what I need to try to focus on right now. Because who knows what happens after that? We don't know. I know gas prices in Phoenix are already 5. When they get to 6, it's gonna take a long time to save up gas to move that truck. At least I only have to get like 1 day car insurance to move it. As long as I'm not having to move every 2 weeks like I normally get to do in the summer, that part's going to be harder to deal with. But if I go to Flagstaff, I can move every 2 weeks, but it's only like a 5 minute drive. I should be able to do that. But I won't be able to do my beloved Prescott, won't be able to visit Will Hoyt, won't be able to do any of that if I decide to stay nomadic for the summer. So I don't know. What does 1 day car insurance is about 20 something, but I only have to pay it when I'm on the month I'm driving. When I go to Quartzsite, I'm going to be there for 2 or 3 months. I'm not going to insure the truck for those 2 or 3 months because I can walk down. So I'm saving myself at least $60, which I can put in the gas tank. That'll give me 12-gallon, 100 miles maybe. That's not too bad. Then we're thinking that's if it runs smoothly. If it has a breakdown, then woo, things are. My friends are like, "You're going out the Quartzsite. Is your truck running well?" And I said, "Well, it wasn't doing that stalling thing anymore, but it was having trouble accelerating in a passing lane going uphill. But I just figure if it breaks down, I'm just gonna live there till they tow me off. Really don't have any other options anymore." So, and you have to maintain a vehicle. So even having that truck, I know is kind of limited right now because I can't save up money for parts and things, which are rising faster than you can think of. The mechanics are ridiculous price, ridiculously high, and it's only getting worse. So yeah, too many things to worry about. When I had a little 35-pound camper, it was so easy because I could throw that thing in the back of somebody's truck and go. Then I put it on a trailer, and they're like, okay, you can hitch it up and we'll go. But then I got my own vehicle and got smart. Not really smart. Built something that's way heavier and not so easy to pull anymore. The 2 times I broke down, and they only towed the truck AAA, and so I had to trust my camper to complete stranger, just watch it get pulled off. Luckily, these were people I could trust because it made it there. But someday it might not be. Don't know. I just figured it was easier to trust one person than to trust the hundreds and hundreds that would drive past it and think about taking it. So, yeah, I could get AAA and have the truck. The Alfaro will solar charge the battery fully. Okay, so how much does an Alfaro cost, and where would I get the funds to get something like this? Because I don't qualify for any loans on my income. If that really can help me, there's got to be a way I could do it, right? It's kind of strange to think that I could actually buy a car when I can't even buy a charge controller right now. So is there a government program that will help me get this Alfaro? That's not, I was, oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm way too cranky. I'm sorry. Yeah, if I was smart, I probably wouldn't have streamed at all, but I just thought sitting around alone would have been way bad today. I'm sorry. I do talk things out for myself. Doesn't always mean I need someone to fix it for me. Sometimes it's because my stuff gets processed on the wrong parts of the brains, and when I can talk it out, when I have the ability to say it, it can go to another brain and start processing slowly there. And that's why I tend to talk things out. I have friends who are like, "You're always asking for help." And I'm like, "No, I'm not really. I'm just trying to talk it out." But I guess I should explain things like that more. That's how us Aspies work, some of us. It's too easy to get caught in my alone thinking, and I have to bounce it off of something. And I know it's frustrating for other people, and I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry if I'm negative, Nellie. And I really appreciate you wanting to help me. It's just, I'm just really frustrated. I don't even think anything's processing right now, but it will later. It will later. My counselors get frustrated sometimes when I had them, when I could. They get frustrated. You always say but and you answer, and I'm like, yeah, but I process it later. That's just how I've got to do it. It makes my mind feel safe that way. I'm not locked into committing to anything at that point, and I'm able to process it when I can relax more. So that's how it works with me, and I really appreciate you letting me bounce it off, and I hope I'm not causing you too much stress. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could if I could get a van, one of them taller vans. I could use it for an art studio inside, pull my camper, have the solar on the top, run my power right out of there instead of having in my truck bed. If I could put a camper on the back of my truck, but they're too tall. I have that roof rack on it now, and some places I go to, it's in the way. I couldn't even imagine trying to do a camper with the winds whipping around. Oh, I get so stressed when the winds are whipping my vehicle around. Yeah, no, I know counselors don't know best. I had one who just laid on me for trying to teach my kids chores. They had chores. They do dishes, help with the laundry, vacuum, dust, you know, clean, keep their room clean. And the counselor told me I was abusing them. And I'm like, yeah, nope, this counselor knows nothing. But no, I know they know best all the time. But when they hear someone constantly saying no, but no, 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 immediately, but then I come back the next week and think it out, they should just realize it's just my pattern of speech. It's how I make my brain feel safe enough to process it. If I negate something immediately, it doesn't mean it's gone forever. It just means I made my brain safe. It's not locked into something. Kind of strange way of communicating, but that's what works for me, and I have to do what I have to do. Federal government will not give a $7,500 rebate on an electric vehicle just because it's a three-wheel vehicle. Oh, you're kidding. That's crazy. I don't know. Are they still giving any rebates for vehicles? Because now California's outlawed selling. I don't know if they have it in the works now, but it's on their books that they outlawed selling anything but electric cars now. Yeah. Yeah, I would need killer amount of solar power to charge it. I thought about when I was thinking I was coming back out here, I was thinking of selling off the truck and getting an electric scooter, which would get me in to get groceries, things and back. I can't pedal a bicycle. My kneecaps are not in the position they should be, and when I exercise my knees, I start actually collapsing more. I lived in an apartment with stairs, and my legs started collapsing, and that's why I found out that my kneecaps were not in the spot they should be. Found out I had birth defects that I had no idea I had. 80% made in the US, too. Well, that's crazy because the batteries alone aren't made in the US. China does all the batteries, and that's the biggest part of the car. That, yeah. I wonder if they just put that on the books for show and tell. Wonder if anybody actually gets it exempt. Well, I guess rich people would, because they'd be able to go get something that fits the category. But I couldn't even go out and get a used vehicle right now. If I tried to sell my truck first, they would count that as income and take before I could even get another vehicle. And as I'm learning now, they've already held back the money from the inheritance check, which went into the truck. So I'd be getting dollar for dollar taken out of my check again for the same amount of money. I think that GM and Ford cars are the only ones that qualify. Yeah, that could be. And I know they were having shutdowns in their factories because they couldn't get the computer parts and things. I do know that a lot of car dealers and some other places don't even have cars in their lots anymore. You have to order one and wait months for it to come. And some of the car parts are starting to get like that too. If you can even find a mechanic that'll look at your car within a month. I know out here it takes a full month before they can set you up with an appointment to look at the car because they don't have any mechanics that'll work anymore. Apparently, it's easier to collect the money from the unemployment than to fix cars. Yep, the computer chip. So they're not going to be able to keep up with the demand. Whole thing's crazy. But if you look at the United Nations sustainability goals, they talk about wanting to limit um, the population to major highways for transportation, for the green agenda. But they're also wanting to stick people on either the coast and have no one in the middle of the country for our environment to freely live, for our animals to live without people around. I don't know where I saw that map. I don't know if they've taken it down. FEMA used to have pictures of their camps and they've taken them down. You can find a junkyard, pull a non-computer car out, get to work. If I could get it to work, who am I going to pay to want to work on it? Because my fingers don't work that way anymore. I have difficulty working pliers. So the last bit of work I had on my car, I can't remember what he did. It cost me almost $1,000. But to get an old engine running like that, it's going to cost a lot more than $1,000. In fact, if you see Agnes's feed, I forgot what she had done, but she was shocked that it cost her $1,000 to get that little bit of work done. It's getting crazy. It'd be nice if I could work a regular job. I've tried so many times. I ended up in the hospital each and every time, and I just don't want to be in that hospital anymore. So I found a lifestyle that worked for me, and now I have to find another one. Grr. If I had stayed with the lighter weight camper, I probably could have pulled it with a motorcycle or an electric scooter. That would have been very nice. But things were looking good when we had that last president in, so I widened my camper. Didn't think we were going to go down this far. But yeah, I guess what we could do is pray that I meet a group of people who want to travel together and stick together as nomads, or somebody that wants to be a nomad that has an extra hitch thing in the back that wouldn't mind pulling my camper, that would be a decent person to hang out with, not worry about are they going to want things from me that I don't have to offer. I don't know. I'm a pretty good cook, but most nomads are. They get used to cooking for themselves. Oh. It always comes down to what have you got to barter and trade for. Even in a relationship, there's give and take. And I don't know how much I have to give. Since I never really was in a relationship for the right reasons anyway. Not a long term one, I should say. My 2005 doesn't have a lot of computer stuff in it, but it still has a computer. I don't have electric locks on the door. I don't have electric window wind down things. What was the symptoms of your repair? That was the unexplained stalling. When it threw no lights and no codes, it was I know we had the spider we had to put in, the fuel injector. That was during the convoy. I don't remember what he did this time, but it still had something to do with the fuel. And now I don't know what the problem is, but I was trying to pass a Mack truck on a hill after driving an hour and it just didn't want to accelerate. I mean, it was running fine, it just didn't want to accelerate. And to me, that says that I've got transmission issues starting. Once that's gone, it's shot. There's no way I can afford a transmission. So the other thing would have been the throttle up under my air cleaner or fuel filter, whatever filter that was. I can't even think straight. But if I can get somebody to look at that throttle, but it was too much money out here to have it done, so I didn't. I'm just gonna hope I can get all the way back to Mesa without any transmission issues. And if that's the only issue I was having with it, it should last a little bit. Because it accelerated fine everywhere else. It was just trying to go in passing gear up that hill, and it just didn't want to go. I just had a new map sensor put in New Mexico, and I still have the stalling issues after the map sensor. So this last mechanic did some kind of something with the fuel, and I didn't have the stalling issue coming out here. I only had the acceleration. But I'm thinking that throttle would be the cheapest thing to check. Could do the transmission filter, but it's costing an arm and a leg to get someone to even just change the filter. So I tossed that one out the window too, because I didn't have that either. If I were to do that, it would take me, they wanted $500 to examine it as the labor, and then whatever parts and labor to do the repair would have been on top of that. I only have 600 right now, and I'm only going to have an extra 100 to go back to Arizona this next month. If I were to use all of that, I still might not have enough to pay the mechanic, and I would be stuck out here saving up for many months just to get out of here. It's a 2005 Silverado, and I had no issues with it until I convoyed across the United States. I did have a broken motor mount because my GPS took me four-wheeling, which I have not replaced. The mechanic I had at the time said, I mean, it's probably best to get it fixed, but you're not going to have too serious of a problem as long as you don't go four-wheeling again. So I haven't gone four-wheeling. I don't want to go four-wheeling. But yeah, I just had a new map sensor put in. It was, I think it was 250 for the stupid scan they had to do, 500 for the part, 500 for the labor to get the map sensor in. And the last guy also checked the map sensor and said it was working fine. So they wanted to charge me a $500 fee from the same company to check their own work. I had to pay for another computer scan and pay the labor for the scan, which was $500 just to get them to look at it to see if it was their work or somebody else's. And if it wasn't the map sensor, they were going to charge me for the other thing on top of it, and I didn't have it. No person or who charges under 60 an hour and doesn't charge the scan. Yeah, but how far would I have to go to get that? No, I don't know anybody like that around here or in Arizona. I have a friend who would look at it, but he's the one who takes months and months and months. So even if he said he would look at it and I dropped it off, it would take him a long time just to look at it. And then to wait on him to fix it would be a long time. His list is so long, he can't get to everything because he doesn't charge as much as everybody else. Which is why yeah. Too many pit holes. Pit holes in it's Mississippi. That's quite a drive. If I could go anywhere, I'd go to Missouri so I can meet up and have a reunion with a lot of people on the convoy. If I had the money, that's where I would go right now. But I'm using everything I got to get to Arizona because it's easier to survive there than it is here. And plus, I have people I want to see there. It is very lonely out here in the boonies. Very lonely. I would only be here if I absolutely had to, and I would not function well. I'd live. It's chilly, but if I shut my windows, it gets really warm fast. I wanted to put a second roof on this thing. That's which what I was going to be doing. What I was supposed to be doing here was getting ready for the trip to Missouri and taking my art. And we were gonna take it in Branson and see if we can get it into the galleries. That I had to switch out. Then I was gonna put a second roof on this thing this this summer, but I decided to chalk that idea out the window. For Branson, I would have not been able to do either one either. So my old camper, which there are actually videos of my old camper on there. Some guy who's a perv did 3 videos on my old camper. It's called a Coroplast camper. If you do Coroplast Wendy, then you might see my old camper. It had a second roof, which gave me a porch and a covering over the back for storage. And I really wanted to get the second roof on this. It's very insulating. Right now, when it gets cold, I have at least a 20-degree variance when I'm in here. It's 20 degrees warmer automatically without the heat. When I put on the heat, I can keep it pretty toasty. But in the summer, there's no insulation. The second roof would have given me the opportunity to have that kind of insulation from the sun beating down on it. But luckily, in Arizona, there's no humidity, so running an evap cooler is pretty easy to do. It's very cold. There is a lot of gray storms coming up. I mean, clouds coming up over those mountains. It gets windy like this in Quartzsite sometimes, and I have to hole up. It doesn't last forever. I'm trying to think. If I turn my phone like that. Oh, there. You can see me a little bit. What is the title video again of this video? It says, oh, the one of my old camper. Just if you go on YouTube and search Coroplast Wendy, it should show up. Let me see. I might be able to get a link. Oh, I don't have my internet hooked up to the computer. Hold on. I have Easy Tether because hotspotting, they only give you 30 gigs. So I've been using Easy Tether. My internet. What is that noise? Something's blowing around out there. Excuse my butt. I don't have a lot of space to walk around. Sorry. Normally I would stream off the computer, but didn't want to mess with the tether cord when I was making banana bread going from place to place. All right, here we go. We're on YouTube. There we go. All right, let me see if I can get the link. There's 1, 2, 3 of them. This guy, he keeps adding, ignore all his funds trying to get me in van or money and stuff. He did not understand that I was content. Sorry. Here. I'm gonna just put the links in here. So he was always trying to get stuff for me, and then the last one, the third video in the series. He decided he was going to be a nudist, and I was camping up there for the night and had to deal with him being naked up there. It was horrid. It was very hard. I kept screaming every time I got a glimpse. He starts laughing. I'm like, "You're a dog. You didn't do this with your sons here." When he was camping with his sons, he did not run around naked. So I decided I didn't want anything left to do with them. But the videos are still up. Hold on. All right. Let me see if I can. There's link number 1 when he first found me up at the camp. That was on Mingus Mountain. I had 2 campers at that time. One was just storage. Okay. And then the second one where I was upgrading the front. And this was at my friend's house. I helped her with back surgery, so I was able to stay there the winter and redo my storage. That one, and paste it. And then there's the last one, which is where he decided to pull a nudist camper. He gave me the camera to stream. It was kind of funny. And I didn't know how slow I was supposed to go. I watch it and I'm like laughing. And there we go. That's all 3 videos. I guess I could crop them. I don't know if I could keep and use them. I'd have to contact the guy again. It's making me grit my teeth. Ooh, it's Lisa. Oh, apparently it looks like he's got himself a lady now. Congratulations. I'm looking at his list of videos now. She doesn't look like she's a nudist. It does look like he went through full-time boondocker. He was talking about it. Interesting. Anyway, that was, I can't see the chat. Oh, there we go. So that old camper, I put the original shell together in a day, and it only took another day to put the second roof on it. It took like 2 days to redo the front because I was cutting a thicker, trying to go through them and save them. Oh, are they savable? Oh, you mean save him to the list? Yeah. I'd like to have a copy, but that would mean contacting him to see if I can even, because it is his stream. It would be like copyright infringement, I guess, if I saved it for myself, even though it is my house. I have this clicker game I keep busy with. Now I'm just trying to stay in the top 10. Last week I was first place. I was so bored. I took all my efforts to keep first place. It was funny. Not really into clicker games. I just like to keep my hands busy. And it is still E. It's dropped a degree since that wind started blowing. Yeah, just ignore the guy's comments. He had no concept. There was another guy up at the church camp who was always trying to offer me things. And the one night it was so funny. He was talking about how cold it was in his camper. And I'm like, do you need extra blankets? Do you need a coat? Do you need this? And he's like, you have all that stuff? And I'm like, well, yeah. But he just, some people see that you don't have a lot and they think you need more, more, more. And it's like, no, I don't want things. I don't want things. I like to keep the things I got running, maybe, but it's not about the things. I only maintain the things I need so that I can meet people I want to meet. My mom always said growing up, if you can't take care of it, you shouldn't have it. And I always was like, well, then I shouldn't have it. She'd get so mad and buy me more stuff. It was craziness. But I am, when I left my mobile home and left all that stuff behind, I can't even begin to tell you how free I felt finally. And so my friend here tried to give me the camper I'm using for an art studio, tried to give it to me to own. And I'm like, there is no way I can climb up there to maintain the roof, climb underneath to do all that stuff. I'm even regretting this camper because it requires more work than I wanted. So there's no way I'm going to take on anything bigger. Now, unless I had someone like a brother or a sister or friend that I just sort of resided with and they did that stuff, I wouldn't mind having it. But I can't do that stuff, so. And I don't think Warren's an option. Yeah, a lot of people care. They do. They really, really do. They just don't understand. And it's kind of hard to explain. I almost feel like I have to justify every step of the process, and it gets tiring to me. Like, there are other options, but I'm smart enough to, a lot of times I'm smart enough to know to try them. I might not know to go where to go for the really good sources, but I know what kind of agency to go to or try. I just don't get the results I want all the time. And I have a lot of friends and people who care. I know. It's exciting. It's just really tiring as an Asperger's person. It's it's kind of tiring. I feel obligated to kind of explain why it doesn't work. And I guess normal people don't. I don't know. I don't know how that works actually. As far as mechanics go, they have to work for flag hours at a lot of places and it can be difficult. Yeah. Well, most places it's a month-long waiting list. And she's off somewhere. And many of the students that are graduating college in auto mechanics don't have the money nor the trucks to drive the tools around. That's true. It is. And to wait around for the parts too. There's shortages on parts, even though there shouldn't be. Some common parts you that used to be able to go pick up, they just don't stock anymore. Excuse me again. Sorry. If I had my stand, I could put you up higher. It's a crazy, crazy world. That's why there aren't a lot of mechanics out there now. Yeah. Well, there were more mechanics out here, but they decided the cost of driving around, the cost of parts, waiting on the parts wasn't worth it anymore either. So a lot of the younger mechanics aren't in it, and the older mechanics are trying to make things work, and they're getting older, and things are getting harder for them to work on. Then they get cars piled up in their place needing work, month-long waiting list. People are frustrated by the time they get in and find out the waiting list was just to look at the vehicle, let alone get the parts and the work done. It just doesn't seem doable. I guess some of the people, I don't know how they're doing it here. I know the lady here, she could drive her van for a month, and it was just the battery. It was under warranty, and they couldn't take care of it. Yeah, they do get worn quickly. I know. When I used to do my own work, my hands would be torn to shreds by the time I was done. One time I fixed my exhaust system. It was coming apart. I the tin can and a coat hanger, and I had it on there so well that it heated up and just formed around it. They said it probably would have been better just to leave it as it was than to try to take all that stuff off and redo it. They ended up having to cut the pipe and put it all in because I had it secured so well. That's way back when. But now I know I can fix my exhaust pipe if I have to. A lot of these cars, I'm looking under the hood and they don't even have space to get in there and work. It's like you got to take everything apart to get to something. Kind of crazy. I couldn't be a mechanic. Oh, I'm not even in the top 10 anymore. You did it well. Yep. Yeah, I need spark plug. I have new spark plug wires, but I physically can't get them on. Can't get the old ones off and the new ones on. So I just been waiting for somebody with spare time just to put my wires on for me. And that's here on this farm where they said, "Oh, you don't need to worry about anything. We can help you with this and we can help you with that." Well, I've been here 2 months and I still haven't been able to get spark plug wires. I have them, just can't get them done. It took me well over a week to get creamer for my coffee. So I stockpiled on the powder creamer since doing the dairy creamer doesn't work anymore. No, this vehicle couldn't tell anything of yours, but best small vehicle to get right now is gasoline, the Toyota Corolla. I've heard some things about those. People, them are good used cars to get, but I can't get a used car. If I sell my truck, they count that as income immediately, and it'll come out of my check, and I won't be able to get another one. I'd have to do it even trade, and my truck's worth more than I actually had to pay for it right now. And I don't, if I don't have a mechanic I know and can trust check transmission and all these big things that might go wrong, it's not worth taking the risk when mine's still working. If you can understand that concept, because I can't afford transmission on anything, nothing at all. I can't afford to do the fuel distributor again, even if I had to. So I think it's going to be better just to run this vehicle to the ground than to take a chance on another one and have it not work at all. Does the Toyota Corolla tow anything though? Because my camper weight empty is about, oh, maybe 400 pounds, but I tow it with stuff in it now, so it maybe goes up to 700 with everything in it, maybe. Fuel injectors are high. They are, especially when you have a spider one. You can't just replace one part of it, you have to replace the entire spider unit. I did save the other one in case something happened to this one before that. Because when you keep things around, they do go bad, but I'm keeping it until it goes thoroughly bad because I might be able to pluck one of the injectors off and replace part of one if I needed to. If we get to it and I needed to do something like that and it was dead, it's dead, but it's taking such small amount of space to carry it around. Well, that's my problem is I need something that's rated to pull at least 1,000 pounds because occasionally I might have to throw something little something extra in this. Don't know. But if it's not rated to pull 1,000 pounds, it's probably not going to be something I can even have. I did think when I was in quartzsite, I am going to do something nice for my house. There's a set of course, they're coming from China. Who knows where that situation will be? There's a set of containers other than my plastic tubs. They have, you can put the stuff in the top and it has sliding doors. You can open, reach in, grab something, and slide it back, and it would look more like a home. I am dreaming of getting those. See. Oh, great. I have so many bookmarks. Okay. I don't know where the bookmark for it is anymore. That's kind of a bummer. I have too many bookmarks. I'll probably have to go through them all. Oh, here. So it's only, let me reverse the camera. It's only 20 some bucks for 3 of them. Camera. Oh no, can you see that? Look at that. I would only need 6 of them and I can get rid of all my tubs and other things and make it nice and neat looking in here. That's kind of a dream I have. And they were $40 for the set. They are now $21.99, of course, with shipping. But I want to get 2 sets and just totally get rid of everything else. And so that's kind of a dream I have, a cheap house decorating dream. Google claim 1,500. Yeah, that would be so pretty and make it look really homey and cuddly in here. I could go with the larger ones and just do three, but I want to be able to put a second one on top. So, yeah, yep, that would be so cool. Coming from China, though, I don't know how long it would take to get here. I have options of the coat or the blue or a yellow. The light blue's pretty, but I want to stick with my natural color, so I'm going to get the same color I showed you. So that's my latest dream. I wonder how much it would cost with shipping. Let me see. Total cost. Let me go look. My cart is expiring soon. I hope that doesn't mean they stop carrying them. It would be $40. Oh no, shipping is the next step. Hold on. Arizona. I gotta give all my info. Sure. But I think it's 40, it's 39.58 without the shipping. So maybe $60 total. If I'm lucky, 50. That would be a nice fun splurge. How much weight do they hold? Well, they'd be on the ground. So I don't know. Now I gotta pull it back up because I didn't think about the weight. I know they have them stocked full of cows and things. I know where to find it now. I don't think it talks about what kind of weight it can hold, to be honest. 30. This box can carry over 300 pounds. Oh, yes, it does. So they're kind of heavy duty. And you have the scrolling doors in the front, and there's also a flap on the top to load stuff in. Post the link. All right, hold on. Mhm. They are pretty. You can go with the 3 feet. You can go with the 3 feet wide ones, or you can go with the 2 feet. If I do the 2 feet, then I have more flexibility because everywhere I with someone get it. Right now, I don't really know. I don't know how long it takes for it to ship. If I should, I'm thinking I would have to go have it sent to Quartzsite when I get out there, and I have to stop in Mesa and deal with storage. Although I could probably work on the storage when I get back from Quartzsite too. But I don't have my post office thing set up in Quartzsite. That's like $100 a year for that. So I don't even know right now how I would get them. That's why I haven't splurged on them, which is kind of good because I didn't know I was going to need the money anyway. The large ones are 30 feet in length and the smaller ones are 24. The larger ones would be a better, cheaper deal, but it doesn't give me the flexibility I need because I need to put clothes and things into three of them, which would fit one side, and then I have my food storage and stuff that's got to go on the other side, which sometimes they might have to go on top of each other, and sometimes they might have to go into the truck. I don't know. It just depends on where I'm at and what kind of things I need to have set up. So I don't know. I will wait on those until I figure out where I'm going. They show some pretty decent storage on them. The stuff they put in is amazing. And they fold down when you don't need them. That's the best part of it. My plastic containers now don't fold down. When I don't need them, I just fill them with something else. Each storage box will come with a center shelf for free. It's removable or mountable. Oh, I see. They stack on each other, but that's okay. You can put it on the floor. Well, now I know what they mean by center shelf. That just means floor shelf. But it's good that they're stackable too. It's gonna be fun when I get those. I don't know how well they stay together when you pick them up assembled. Not showing that. No, it's just showing putting it together. It's not showing her lifting the container. It's so pretty though. Anyway, yeah, I don't have a way to get them yet. Oh, what else is there to talk about? I don't even know. Nomad life is fun. As long as they don't make it too hard on you. Which they don't. I don't think they really like nomads right now. They can't keep track of us. I know Social Security gets pretty upset that I don't have a permanent. Yellow is. I do like the color yellow. I do, but then I have to. I don't know. When I think of home, I kind of want my things to coordinate as I work through it, and I already have brown on my walls. And I use blue lighting. It is so calming. Blue Christmas light. So I don't know how well yellow will pan out with blue Christmas lights. They'll kind of look green. And I think the taupe gives a little more opaqueness without taking away all of the transparency. But when I had a mobile home, I always painted my bedroom yellow, and then I overloaded it with plants and floral curtain that had heavy greens in them. It was nice. I even painted the outside of my mobile yellow. If I have a choice in color on my camper on the outside, I would actually go with yellow too. So well, there's the fully transparent ones. I don't want fully transparent because I have a lot of guy friends and they get weird when they can see your clothing. That's why I picked taupe color. I forgot what I was talking about right before that. Oh, the paint. If I can get a yellow when I go to paint out of the mist tint, that will really rock. Otherwise, I'll have to go with a white or a brown. Yeah, most of my friends are males, so that's part of the reason I started putting pictures in front of my clear boxes. When they see your clothing, they just get really weird. Something happens to their poor brain, so I keep them covered. There's it's 73. It goes down another degree or two. I'll be able to shut my window. I am considering when and if I ever get the funds for a second roof, instead of doing a full second roof, doing a modular thing I could do with the the PVC pipe, and I can just sort of bend and attach them into holders on the sides and put a canvas over, like a caravan wagon. That would be cool, and that would be something I can take on and off and not worry about the damages I'm driving. The Coroplast holds up pretty well. Coroplast is very expensive right now. The thin sheets that I used to get, uh-oh, what is this? I gotta go to YouTube and get rid of the bot. Bad bot. There we go. And then I'll I'm gonna report it 3 times. It's gonna let me report for each time they dared to post on my thing. Ta-da. Huh, that's better. It still shows up on StreamYard though. There's something else I could do. User again. Oh, no, StreamYard doesn't let you block the user or anything. That's pretty mean. There. Well, they get quite a bit in that thing. My containers are slightly smaller than that. I would get so much use, and they're square. My containers kind of taper at the bottom, which is normally wasted space, but I've been tucking stuff in there in that space. It would be nice if it fits nice and smoothly together. I dream of such weird things. All right, I'm shutting one window because this is crazy cold. I'm already missed that looking at your link that you provided. Oh, it's fine. No, I only gave you I gave you the moderator thing just to post links. You don't have to worry about moderating. That's the only reason I have moderators actually, so they can post the link. Really got no reason. Like it's not like I'm crazy busy or I'm driving or something. So you need to go? No, I got nowhere. I just had to shut the window. It's cold. Agnes is going to be streaming about half an hour, I think. Or did she already start? I don't know what time zone is. I better look, huh? I'm going to go look. Mona's going to be on it. Mona's making boo food, Halloween food. Actually, she's making a salad of some kind. Let's see. So, yep, I told her I would soon. Okay, my notification is on. It's starting in about half an hour. East. I need to go east. What's east? Actually, I wanted to go west. I like the Arizona area. Oh, her time zone's east. Oh, she's making stuffed cabbage. Glob glubky. I used to make that all the time. I also made the stuffed pepper she made all the time too. She's an Eastern, yeah, she's way up there. But Mona's gonna be on too, making her boo food. She says boo food. Oh, she's making it exactly the way I used to make it. It looks so good. Except I didn't use cornstarch for sauce. I made sauce, but not with cornstarch. That'll be interesting. She put cilantro in it. I didn't know about cilantro until I moved to Arizona. And I love cilantro. I'm wondering what it would take to get some kind of planter that I could put like on the side of my truck or something, almost like a toolbox thing, and have some kind of planter with cilantro and well, rosemary would be a heavier plant. I don't know if I could carry a rosemary plant around, but cilantro would be something I could do. Oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a window box under my back window here by the bed with cilantro growing in it all the time? Oh, now I'm getting excited over little dreams. And it wouldn't be hard to do it. I could actually get a plastic container, put it in there, and just sort of screw it under my window and do it. Have to leave around that time they start to attend to another item. Yep, I'm gonna be watching it too. So I probably should go because I need to use the restroom and stuff and get a little bit of food before they do start streaming, so I'm not running around. Thank you so much for listening to me today. And I do feel better because I'm actually talking about hopeful, happier things now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the visit today. And if I'm gonna paint tomorrow, I'll put a scheduled stream up because only the notify me button works on a scheduled stream. The regular bells take half an hour. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Have a great day. Bye.